Eric on my team, I'll just ask you to let me know when the live stream is going and then we can get started. All right, and we are live. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the November meeting of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of the Pardon Board. I'm going to go through a couple of housekeeping items with you, and then I'll introduce the members of the board with us today, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So as a reminder, today's hearing is being live streamed on YouTube and Wisconsin Eye. We'll ask everyone to please mute themselves and keep their video off until it's your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to have good audio and to focus on the person who is currently presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with Zoom, you can't get your audio to work, don't worry about it. Someone from my team will reach out to you and help you troubleshoot. If your Zoom isn't working when it's your turn to be heard, we'll come back to you once we get that sorted out. Otherwise, we'll call people up in the order listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. And each person will have about 5 minutes total with the board. So we'll ask you to spend the first 3 minutes of that time answering the questions that you were sent in advance. And then the last 2 answering any questions that the board might have for you. Don't read too much into it if there are questions or aren't. Sometimes everything is answered by your presentation or by your written materials. But if there are questions that the board members have, we want to make sure we get to those so everyone has the information that they need to make a recommendation to the governor. So as a reminder, those first 3 minutes, you'll be answering the questions that were sent to you. Those are: 1, providing us with a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for, how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime, anything like that. This isn't trial. We just want to hear from you in your own words. So you don't need to minimize things or skip over things. We truly want to hear from you about what happened and how it went. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, basically how your life looks now compared to at the time of your offense. And finally, the third item is just a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. And then again, we may or may not have follow-up questions for you, but once we are done with those questions, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom meeting. You do not need to stay all morning. Once everyone has been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor, and you need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be sent on to the governor, who will then make a final decision about whether or not to grant or reject your application for a pardon. Either way, you'll find out about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half. So you won't find out today. I know that everyone's been really patient just to get to this point. So we'll just ask for a little bit more patience as we work through getting those recommendations to the governor and making sure he has the information that he needs. So once I introduce our board members, we'll go ahead and get started this morning. But let's hear who we have with us. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. And she also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Josh Call's appointee to this board. Judge Kremers served on the Milwaukee County Circuit Court for 26 years, including serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for legal action of Wisconsin. And finally, we have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. Those are the board members today. We are eager to hear from you all, so let's go ahead and get started with our first applicant, who is Leonard Brown. And as a reminder to everyone else, we'll just ask you to turn off your video and microphones until it's your turn to be heard by the board so that we're focusing solely on the person who is presenting. But Mr. Brown, we are ready to hear from you. Okay, looks like we may not have Mr. Brown in the Zoom with us yet. So we will move to our next applicant, who is Corey Prince. Mr. Prince?
You kind of froze.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I back now? Okay, I'll try again. Leonard Brown. Mr. Brown, you're our first applicant, and we're ready to hear from you if you're with us. No? Okay. Corey Prince is our next applicant. Mr. Prince? Okay, maybe some folks are having some tech issues this morning. Marquise Hopgood. Mr. Hopgood, I know I just saw you. Mr. Hopgood, are you able to turn your camera and your audio back on? There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, turns out you're first after all, so we'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Hello. Hi, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so we'll ask you to just start by answering those questions that were sent to you in advance. If you can spend about 3 minutes on those questions, and if you need me to read them back to you, I'll go ahead and do that.
Could you read them back to me, please?
Absolutely. If you can start with a brief statement about the offense that you committed, how your sentence went, all that. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement, employment, how your life is different now. And then finally, tell us why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one.
Okay. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Marquise Hopgood. Is it echoing on you guys' side? Because it's echoing on mine.
Yeah.
Let me turn it down. How about that? Is it still an echo?
I think that's better.
It's better.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I'm here today. Talk about my sentence, and yes, for me, I did go to prison at an early age, and to start it off where I got into something at an early age, which was drugs. Coming up, I grew up in a single parent home. Me and my mother. I was her oldest, and my way through elementary, middle school, and high school. Um, in high school, kids were kind of rural, So growing up through high school, I it was like between me and my mother. I grew up in a poor home where, um, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I grew up in a poor home where it was just me and my mom, and going through school, it was a little rough as far as clothing and things like that, and it pushed me to the wrong crowd. And me growing up. Seeing the things where that people talked about the things that I had on, because growing up in high school, I think I had at the time in ninth grade, I think I had two pair of pants and four pair of shirts, four shirts. And growing up, in high school, that's kind of rough on high school guys. Um, so as I'm so nervous. So as I got into a lifestyle that really wasn't me. When I had ended up catching a case, I am so nervous. When I ended up catching the case, I grew up in a home where my mother prayed for me a lot. It was just me and her, and she prayed. She was like, "Hey, I was praying to God to get him out the streets because of how, I was never that guy." And as I was I was never that guy. And then by me getting sentenced, it really did something good for me. It taught me a lot. It got me on the right track now. All through my prison term, I never got any tickets. I never got any write-ups. And then I ended up going off into parole. Once I got parole, I never got any tickets, any write-ups, because the life that I lived as a 19 or 18-year-old really wasn't me. It was just I was introduced to something that really wasn't me. So when I came home, I got the skill. I went to barber school. I got my I went and got a trade, and it's been working out for me, and I haven't had any problems since then. So now I'm 46 years old. When I came home, I was 25 years old, well, 24, and I just been staying focused and reaching out to the youth by cutting hair, and I don't know if you guys got that, in there with my high school, my my barber my barber uh, barber certificate.
We do, Mr. Hopgood. Yes, we've got your
Oh,
whole
okay, okay,
application.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, okay. I got my barber certificate, and like it's a lot. I'm trying to put it all together, but I've been doing a lot, and I've been doing great, and I've been example to the kids. I have one son myself that's he's 25. When I got locked up, he was 11 months years old. When I came home, he was 4. So I had to be an example for him because I didn't want him to take the same role I had to. Because by me growing up in a single parent home, I didn't have no daddy. It was just me and my mom, and I felt as if I always had to offend, for us. I didn't want to put no pressure on her because she had got up and worked all the time, and it was just us. And I don't think that at the time that the job she had was qualified to really take care of me and her and the house. So what I did was I had always wanted to make sure that I did to help us provide for me and my mother. So coming up, I used to do a lot of stuff like cutting grass, raking, and doing the snow and things like that. So when I got to high school, it was a little hard for me because even though I was going there to learn, but it was hard because the people that grew up that was around me, they was more fortunate than I was. I grew up in a poor home. So what happened was, through high school, me going to school, I did keep jobs and stuff like that, but it was just, I was introduced to something that really wasn't me. But I felt like, okay, let me give it a try. And in the midst of me giving it a try, I ended up, catching the case, at an early age. And I appreciated that happened to me at an early age because by that happened to me at an early age, I was able to become the man that I am today versus me being catching the case later on in life and me being 30 or 40 years old and being locked up and getting took away from society and me having to start over when I came home. So by me having to start over now, I mean, at the age of 24, I was able to, to get the real start on life because I didn't have a dad. So as when I came home from prison, I had realized that, I didn't ever want to go back through that again. So like I said, when I was saying about the praying mother, when I had let her down. So as I was going through my journey, when I was young, and I had ended up catching my case, and me and my mother were close, and I never really liked the action thing. I had to always fend for myself. So when I had ended up catching my case, the day I got sentenced, my mother, she came, she was there, and she was, I never heard my mom cry the way I heard her cry the day of my sentence. And not only did it hurt me in the day of my sentence, but it also hurt me knowing that I let my mother down because I didn't graduate at the time. I had my driver's license, but I didn't graduate, and I knew I let my mother down. So the day that I got sentenced, and then this was really touching to me. The day I got sentenced, I had ended up calling my mother when I got to booking and everything. And I go to apologize to her. I say, hey, mom, I just want to know wasn't your fault. And then, I blame myself for, the things I've done, and she go to tell me, she was like, well, son, I've been praying to God to take you out of your situation because it wasn't you. And she was like, and God had let me know this was the only way for me to, this is the only way that he's going to give you a second chance on life. So, so locking you up, I'm fine with it. And then, that's what settled me a lot because it was more about, I'm a protector of my mom. And when she had said that, it gave me a big relief. So when I went to prison, I took up, I went and got my HCD. I graduated out of high school. I went and got my carpentry diploma. And then that's where I got creative and started cutting hair because of, I didn't have no money coming in on my books to make sure I was able to eat and get mail and stuff like, and get envelopes and stuff like that. So I created cutting hair. So when I started cutting hair, I was able to take that to when I got home and got free. So when I came home and got free, I was cutting hair. I went to school, and I was also working a third shift job because I didn't have a clientele. And I continued with that until I was able to get a good enough clientele so I can be able to, pay my bills without working the job. So I did that for 6 months, but then my barber career been going on since 2004. Here it is, it's 2024. And now my life has been a lot better because, like I said, at that time, that really wasn't me. It was something that I thought that for income. It was something I thought that, that was gonna, because this is all I was seeing. The society, this is all I was seeing. So I didn't have no mentors. I didn't have no one to talk to me. So I was just living my life as what I thought that was good for me. But at the same time, I'm glad this thing happened to me. I'm glad that I got a chance at an early age to get a new start on my life now. And I've been blessed, and and it's been going a lot better because now I have my son, the same son I got locked up. He's now in the Marines. I just talked to him yesterday. He's in Japan, and I got two other kids. That's 6 and 4, and I'm in their life. I have me and their mother ain't together, but I have 50% custody. And what we do is we split. And when my kids come with me, I provide them their own bedrooms, their own clothes, and things like that. And it makes me so happy and so proud that I'm able to turn my life over to the better. If I had someone then tell me how amazing life is without some of the drugs, just direction and having the right people to tell you, uh, the good ways of managing your money and being able to survive without certain things, I would have, it would have been a lot different for me then. But even though I grew up in a single parent home, um, I don't blame that. And what's so crazy is that I'm so glad that my life had took the turn that it did because I was able to learn a lot. And as you can see that if you could look and see, I didn't when I was on parole, I didn't get no tickets. When I was in jail, I didn't get no write-ups. And my main thing was just trying to be focused and provide for my family. That's who I grew up in church. But when you go to
I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure that the board members get a chance to ask you questions.
Okay.
And we do have your whole application, so I know that you're telling us about your record and things like that. I just want to assure you that we have looked through all that, but I'd love to for questions, just in case there's anything that's not covered there. Cindy?
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Hopgood. What do you do for work now?
Right now, I do still I cut hair and also I do real estate.
Okay, you don't have the car dealership anymore, or the rental
Yeah,
agency?
yeah. And also the dealership as well. I do that on the side.
Okay. What do you barber full time?
No, I barber part-time and I also sell cars part-time. And I also do real estate part-time.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
Yeah, good morning, sir. I have a couple of questions. One, it looks like you've had a whole lot of tax warrants over the last number of years, including some that are still outstanding. What's that about?
Okay. I just talked to my accountant yesterday. And what happened was I had opened up a business back in, I want to say 2011 and 12. It was a transportation service. When I had opened up my transportation service at the time, I didn't, I wasn't educated on taxes and things like that.
So these relate to your businesses that you
Yeah.
pay the taxes.
And what happened was at the time that I was doing a lot of that come from unfiled taxes.
Okay.
So at the time, go ahead.
I have another question.
Yeah.
I understand it's related to your business. It looks like in 2022 you were arrested for felon in possession of a firearm and maintaining a drug trafficking place. Was that you?
Yo, that's that. I got locked up. I got locked up. But this situation, let me explain that. Now, at this car lot you was talking about, I was renting to a customer who was renting the back of the car lot. And what happened was he ended up getting into a situation where I wasn't even there because I never be at the car lot. I'm always cutting hair. And what happened was by me being a felon, because there's two people that own the car lot. It's me, which is Marquise Hopgood, it's my cousin DeJuan Clark. They put my name was eligible for me to get into the situation because of my background. Even though I didn't have nothing to do with it, by me
Okay.
being a felon, it bars me into this situation. And you see,
Okay.
as today, I'm not sentenced. I'm not charged with anything because it was me being innocent, but by my background, it puts me in a situation.
Last question I have. It looks like in 2017, you posted a picture of yourself at a shooting range.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes, I was in Las Vegas.
Okay. But you were at a shooting range shooting a firearm, an
No, I
AR-15?
didn't. No, no. I just took the picture. I just took the picture because I was there. I knew better, but I took the picture.
Took the picture standing next to an AR-15 and
Yeah, yeah,
said
AR-15. Yeah,
target. You had the caption says target practice with the AR-15 in my spare time.
yeah, yeah. That was all. That was all just for that picture.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was it. Back. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Brown, the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application for a pardon, and it will be up to Governor Evers to decide, but the Milwaukee County DA's office supports your application. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good because this felon has been making it rough for me every time it come up, or when I'm trying to do something in my life. It just makes it rough on me.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Hopgood? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hopgood. Appreciate your time this morning, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, that's it.
That's it, real fast.
Oh,
Yeah, we've got your whole application, so I promise you we spent a lot of time with it. Yeah, thank
okay.
you.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't
Yeah,
know. Yeah. Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so I want to go back to our first scheduled applicant of the day and see if we have Mr. Leonard Brown with us. Mr. Brown, are you in the Zoom? Okay, we'll keep looking for Mr. Brown. And in the meantime, next up is Corey Prince. Mr. Prince, I know I see you here.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Prince, did you hear the overview in the beginning about the questions we're going to ask you to speak to and all that?
I did.
Okay, great. We'll turn it over to you then.
Good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to be in front of you today. I'd like to apologize for my technical difficulties being late. I had to download Zoom again for whatever reason. But I'll go right into my background and what brings me here today. I have several convictions beginning as an adult in 1998 for possession of firearm as a felon, as I was adjudicated as a felon as a juvenile. I moved on to catch a case in 2001 for fleeing and eluding and reckless endanger safety. Then 2004 for possession of cocaine, second and subsequent offense, possession of marijuana, second and subsequent offense. And then in 2006, possession of cocaine with intent to deliver and fleeing an officer. Since incarceration, I've done a multitude of things to rebuild myself. Graduated from Carthage College in paralegal studies. 9 credits away from completing my associate's degree in business management, University of Phoenix. I've taken a multitude of trainings and courses. I've been employed gainfully, paid taxes. I'm a homeowner, a business owner. I'm a father, soon to be married, and give a lot back to my community. I work with currently incarcerated individuals and formerly incarcerated individuals through the University of Wisconsin through the University of Wisconsin Extension and DeFi Ventures. My apologies. And so I'm a coach and a mentor to currently and formerly incarcerated people. We are in Racine Youthful Offender Correctional Facility, Racine Correctional Institution, Ellsworth, Red Granite, and one more, I'm sorry. And through that program, and then also we work with Project Return in Milwaukee for persons returning home from incarceration on entrepreneurship and just mentorship and life skills overall. I'm also the former coordinator for the Racine Unified School District Black Student Union for the past 3 years, where we have successfully had a 99% graduation rate for all participants over the last 3 years. We currently have over 42 students placed in historically Black colleges and universities, gifted over $100,000 in scholarships. And I personally have 4 young men that I mentor who go to Howard University, Clark Atlanta, Texas Southern, and Wilberforce College. Currently, I work with my company, Community Consulting, works with a multitude of agencies, but the City of Racine Office of Community Safety, we are integral in their ecosystem in creating the program, drafting interview questions, selecting applicants, doing outreach and engagement, a variety of things, and I work adjacent with law enforcement. I've been also an activist who has safely and securely allowed people to exercise their voice while also protecting the city and public property. So those are some of the things that I've done since release. The reason why I feel like I deserve a pardon, it's a multitude of reasons. One of the main reasons is that I'm in spaces that most people are not able to be in with pardons. 2022, I was invited to a strategy session at the White House with the Vice President of the United States, along with 35 other activists and organizers from across the country, to discuss issues that affect marginalized people and underserved and underrepresented communities. I think with that, it's hypocritical that I have been denied employment by DoorDash, that I have been denied the opportunity to drive for Lyft, that I am a victim of conviction record discrimination that has successfully sued a Fortune 200 company for discrimination. And this felony is hindering me. It's asinine that I can go into the detention center as a mentor or into Racine Youthful Offender Correctional Facility as the keynote speaker for Words of Wisdom, or at the Racine Correctional Institution as their keynote speaker for the graduation, but I cannot be employed with safety and security for my family in any of those institutions. And so for those reasons, amongst others, it's asinine that I have a vehicle where I was able to transport students on field trips and had administration level access. However, because of my felony conviction, I could not sit on the school board and make decisions. So for those reasons, I ask you to grant my request for a pardon today.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. I want to open up to the board and see if folks have questions for you. And looks like we do have at least one from Judge Cremers.
Good morning, sir.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Prince, were you convicted of a felony felony in 2011?
A federal felony, yes.
And you were on paper or serving a sentence until 2019?
That is correct, sir.
So even if you were granted a pardon by Governor Evers for your Wisconsin felonies, you'd still have a felony on your record.
Possibly.
Not possibly. You would still have a felony on your record, right?
Possibly. Again, there is a process also in the federal system where relief is granted through other processes as well. And so my hope is to go to the next level and do the same thing that I'm seeking here.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Prince? Reverend Hancock.
Can you talk about that federal case? What was that all about?
Sure. It was for 922G, possession of ammunition. The case stemmed from somebody who had a story that we had an altercation and the police raided my residence. The thing that they found in the residence was 2 boxes of ammunition. Fingerprints analysis, DNA analysis determined that my DNA nor my fingerprints were on these bullets. I shared this residence with my mother, who also wrote an affidavit that she placed the bullets in the residence while I was incarcerated. So the truth of the story is, Reverend Hancock, that I did have those bullets at one time in my career of criminality. However, I did not even live with my mother at the time of the raid. My mother, when I went to prison in 2006, collected all of my items from the home that I had and placed them in her attic. And that was where the bullets were found. Detective Dirks actually testified that the only thing that was found in the home were things that were consistent with a homeowner who has owned a home for a very long period of time. My attorney, Patrick Cafferty, followed up and asked, can you elaborate on what type of items? Detective Dirks testified that only women's items were found in the home. My attorney then asked David Dirks, why did you charge my client with the ammunition? Dirks testified, I didn't, the district attorney did. And so I was charged. I decided to take a plea based on, in the federal system, you're basically judged on your record, which as I've just described, I had an extensive criminal record. Although at the time of my felony conviction, I was 9 credits away from graduating from college, gainfully employed, had no contact with law enforcement, had over 40 letters of support and multiple people in the court. And the judge did take that into consideration and sentenced me. And also I received a plea bargain for 0 to 60 months was my plea bargain. And the judge went with the higher end of the guideline on the federal sentencing guidelines. But I did take a plea bargain just because I did not want to put my mother through the process of a trial, having to testify. The stress was mounting. I was also already being revoked in state court for, I think, 2.5 years for my 06 conviction. And so because the sentence was concurrent, it was kind of like, do I want to risk doing 12 years in the federal system or take a plea and at max do 1.5 years more than my state
Okay,
sentence?
Mr. Prince, that is a story. Why would the cops be looking in your mother's attic?
I said they had a search warrant.
Well, why did they have a search warrant for your mother's attic if all that was up there was old lady stuff?
So that would be a question for the police. But again, there is a record of the testimony of Detective Dirks, who testified, and I did appeal my revocation. I was revoked for this case, and the administrative law judge in the revocation did state that And I also had multiple witnesses on my behalf. She stated that she believed the witnesses, and everybody else as well. So
Okay, all right, thank you.
yeah.
Other questions for Mr. Prince from the board? Okay, Mr. Prince, I heard you mention letters of support at the time of your sentencing, and I just want to know we do have all 11 of your letters of support that are in your application. Everyone has those to review, and I think that has covered some questions that we otherwise would have asked you for. So thank you for submitting those.
Sure.
And with that, well, thank you for your time, Mr. Prince, and you do not need to hang out with us in the Zoom for the rest of the morning. Appreciate your time and sharing everything with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are gonna try to hear from Mr. Brown again. I believe I saw Leonard Brown enter the Zoom. So Mr. Brown, if you are able to unmute yourself, we're ready to hear from you.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm
Mr. Brown?
Leonard K. Brown. Yes.
Oh, just wanted to check. Were you able to hear the directions at the beginning, or would you like me to run through what we're hoping you'll share with us?
Oh, go through I missed it.
Okay, no problem. If you would just spend about 3 minutes walking us through the questions that were sent to you in advance. So first telling us a little bit about the offense that you're seeking a pardon for. Second, what you've done since the completion of your sentence and community involvement, employment, how your life is different now. And then third, why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes talking to those questions, we'll ask you any other questions that the board might have.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I really do appreciate your time and efforts, and I can say that conviction that I'm trying to get a pardon for was felony charges for registration and fraud voting. And what happened to me due to the fact that I went to my old address, and it was convenient because I worked in proximity to the voting place, so I went there, just being crazy and not thinking, that is wrong because I don't live that same old address, but I still went there for several years. And once I decided not to use that old address, and I went to register at my new address, which they gave me a ballot, so I immediately I mishandled the ballot. I threw it away. So therefore, once I registered, they call that double voting, and I was charged with fraud and unregistered at the wrong place for all those many years. So at that point, I lost my job. I started looking for employment, and I took some educational programs at the job, on the job training. And I stayed there until I got disabled. And I got a chronic disease, which is diabetic, which caused me to have neuropathy. And I was no longer able to fulfill the job that I was working as a lab phlebotomist. And I had to go to a lawyer and get that submitted to a judge so that he can allow me to get my disability, which I did. And at that point, I moved to Mississippi and for my retirement. And once I did that, I joined several community, like I did a lot of cleanup as far as trash or whatever. I wasn't really working a job or anything. I just worked in my community where housing where I lived. And once I moved back because I'm missing my family. I was born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And I'm missing my family, so I moved back just 2023. I moved back because I left Milwaukee in 2019 after I got my disability. So I came back in 2023, and so far, I decide that now it's time, because I have been living an exemplary life. I haven't got in no more trouble, and I have not put myself in trouble. And I have learned, and I'm truly sorry from the bottom of my heart for the things that I did to cause this problem with my life. And I'm just trying to move on now with my wife and so forth. And I just want to be able to not worry about, because I would like to get a job since I'm back in Wisconsin, get some license and security, or get some type of license with home care, because I've been helping people all my life. I worked in the hospital, at the VA hospital, and I have worked in security, helping people. I just want to do something more than just my retirement. I'm not going to volunteer, and I just want to make my life different, because if somebody look at my record, or and it's difficult when you don't have that peace of mind, and I'm just looking for something to do with myself other than worrying about this conviction, which I know it's other things in life that can take away the problem. But I know if I get this pardon, I know I have a better chance. And I just thank you for your time, and I hope I answered your questions as far as I can.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate that. I just want to see if board members have any additional questions for you. No? All right. Looks like that covered everything. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Mr. Brown, and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Okay, bye.
Our next applicant is Darren Godfrey. Mr. Godfrey.
Is it off mute? Start my video.
There we go.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Godfrey. We'll turn it over to you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am very nervous. This is really important to me. On July 25th, 1991, I received a telephone call from a friend who asked me if I wanted to go fishing and if I could bring a marijuana joint. I drove my vehicle to my friend's house and picked him up from his residence. Prior to our fishing destination, we stopped in the parking lot of a gas station, and I handed my friend the bag of marijuana, 1.68 grams, to roll a joint, and my friend handed me money for exchange for gas and the marijuana. I was not familiar with Fort Atkinson, the town I was in, and I didn't know that there were any private schools within the area I'd stop for gas. I was charged with delivery of marijuana within 1,000 feet of 2 private schools. I was sentenced on 12/7/1992. I received 2 months in jail and 3 years probation. I completed approximately 1995. It has been 33 years since the incident that led to my felony conviction. I've completed my sentence and probation approximately 29 years ago. I'm proud to say that I have not had any subsequent drug convictions, and the last police contact I have had was over 18 years ago when I was charged with a hit and run incident. At the time of the incident, I was 20 years old. I was a young man, and unfortunately made a few mistakes that have immensely affected my future. Since that time, I've got married. I've been married to my wife for 21 years. We have raised our 2 children together. They are both proactive members of our community and society. And I am now a grandpa to a 5-year-old little baby boy, 5-month-old baby boy. We purchased a small rundown bar and grill. Through hard work and dedication, we have turned it into a successful restaurant for the last 17 years with over 30 employees. Since opening the restaurant, we have made it our mission to help local families and organizations in need. For the last 12 years, multiple times a year, we host benefits, fundraisers, and meat raffles at the establishment, and we donate the proceeds to different families and local organizations in our county. I am proud to say that through our benefits and support, thousands of dollars I've been able to turn over to the community to help and be a part of things. As embarrassed and remorseful as I am over my conduct, which I realize cannot be removed by a pardon, the last legal consequences of my felony conviction has made it impossible for me to reach my goals at this time in my life and my career. I believe that since my conviction, I have attained tremendous personal and professional growth, and that in granting my pardon, it will permit me to have the opportunities to continue to grow professionally and personally without any of the conditions and restrictions I've had for the last 30 years. My felony conviction has affected my life in many ways, personally and professionally. For example, due to my felony conviction, I was not allowed to chaperone any of my two children's field trips or attend school outings. And I was not allowed to eat in the cafeteria with any of my children and was stopped from being a guest speaker at my daughter's business entrepreneur class in high school. My son was actively involved in school athletics, and I was not allowed to coach any of the sports he was involved in. Upon volunteering with the school to chaperone a field trip, I was informed by the school district after a background check was conducted, I was forbid from participating in any school-related activities with my children. My conviction has caused me to miss out on my children's most memorable school trips, competitions, and coaching his sporting events. For many years after my conviction, I was denied employment positions at a few local businesses, and the humility I felt from my conviction record has held me back from applying to college. Through my hard work, determination, and with the proper guidance from my counselor, church, and family, I was able to start my own business. I've been an entrepreneur since 2007, successfully running a business, a restaurant, which has allowed me to become well-known and active in our community. At this stage of my career, I'd like to pursue a seat on the town board. I have been encouraged by several local citizens, along with current and past members of the city government, to run for a seat on our little town board. However, I am currently ineligible to pursue these goals based on my felony. No, I would love to be able to chaperone field trips with my grandson or my grandchildren that are coming up. I'd like to be involved in their school activities, and I can't. I volunteer my time and my business, the restaurant, for community raffles, charities, and benefits that help us locally here in our small little town. I volunteer at a Aslan motorcycle track, and I help youth riders get introduced to the sport and try to be a positive role in their lives. I also volunteer, cook, and deliver free, no charge to the teachers on Appreciation Day with the grade school and the high school, the local public schools in Lake Mills. We do road sponsorship with the restaurant, which has road cleanup and road pickup that we do about every other month or as needed. As a business, we sponsor and we donate scholarships for local softball, baseball, soccer, golf, bowling, motocross, and FFA, which is Future Farmers of America for our lake mills. I thank the board for the time and privilege to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. I just want to see if there are any questions for you. Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Godfrey, you had great letters of support, including one from a woman named Rhonda Caraballo.
Carabello, yes, sir.
Yeah. Does she still work for you?
She sure does.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your relationship with her?
My memory serves me probably about 15 years ago. She was introduced by some neighbors that lived just down the road from the restaurant. I was in need of some help and we were only open for part-time hours. And they talked about this girl, Rhonda Carabello. And they had a lot of good things to say about her. She was in the military. She also was a commander at our local VFW in Johnson's Creek, just the town next door. And she sounded really good, honest, and nice. I brought her in for an interview. We talked and we hit it off. And she's a very nice people person. And then since that day, we've been together, working and sharing life together.
But she got sick, right?
Oh, yes. Yep. She had cancer. It was a breast cancer. And that's one of the many fundraisers that I do at the restaurant. And we were able to donate a whole bunch of money for her care and for her missing work. And she has an autistic child named Cody that we help with.
Yeah. And you held her job for her.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir. I sure did hate to see her go, and we sure did welcome her back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Godfrey? Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Godfrey. Can you tell us the circumstances of the 2006 hit and run?
I had some long days. I work in the kitchen, often open to close. I was on my way home from work. I had a lot on my mind. I was stopped at an intersection as a four-lane highway. I looked both ways. I thought I had enough time to cross the intersection. And as I crossed the intersection, in the last lane, a car traveling that I didn't see, I didn't use my best judgment. I should have waited for them to go through. And I was hit in the back bumper area and my car slid sideways. I stopped, I got out. We were probably 100 feet from each other. Our speed was probably 20, 30 miles an hour. And I was worried, I was scared. I'd never been in that situation before. The couple got out, it was a husband and wife, or it was a male or female. And they were angry, they were mad. I was worried and I was scared and I made a horrible decision and I left the scene. I went home. Talking with my wife, I came to my senses of sorts as best I can remember. And a few hours later, I drove into the police station and I turned myself in and I explained what had happened. And I was scared and I left. It was the wrong thing to do. Well, I tried to correct it by going in, and that's what that horrible night was like.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Godfrey? All right, thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Godfrey. Appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you, guys.
Our next applicant this morning is Mario Hurt. Mr. Hurt, we are ready to hear from you. Mr. Hurt, I can see you in the Zoom. There we go. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to take this time to thank you and Governor Evers giving me this opportunity. My name is Mario Hurt. I was convicted of operating auto without owner's consent when I was 18 years old. I was sentenced to 18 months probation. I completed my sentence on September 18th, 1992. I made a horrible decision when I decided to joyride in a vehicle that didn't belong to me, and I regret making such a bad decision. Since then, I went to college at MATC, and I've graduated from their television and video production program. And out of all the students in my class, I received an award for outstanding second-year production student. That's pretty much the biggest award you can get graduating from that program. After graduating from MATC, I was hired at Fox Sports Wisconsin, where we broadcast and produce Milwaukee Bucks and Milwaukee Brewers games. And I still work there to this day, although we're under a different name now. We're now FanDuel Sports Network, formerly Bagley Sports Wisconsin as well. So we've been through a couple of name changes. I also work for a few other companies as a professional videographer and camera operator. And since then, I've also started an LLC. I've won multiple awards, including an Emmy for my work in the industry. Recently, I've had the pleasure to work with some 2024 presidential rallies, work at some 2024 presidential rallies as an audio video tech and camera operator, including the Harris campaign. Tim Walsh came to Manitowoc. Actually, he was AV tech and camera operator for that, as well as other rallies as well. I also work in I also do work in the music industry as well, where we do like major concerts, corporate events, and things like that. If you would have told me I would have been doing stuff like this when I was 18 years old, I wouldn't have believed you. Would have said it wasn't going to happen. Another thing I've done since I've made the mistake is I've had 2 children that I've raised. My daughter is a producer at one of our news networks here. My son's a truck driver, and both of them are doing pretty good in life. And that's an alumni of MATC. From time to time, I go back as a guest speaker to speak to students about television and video production, as well as freelancing in this industry as well. I live a completely different life than the life I lived when I was 18 years old. I'm not the same person that I was. I've come a long way. And I believe I deserve a pardon because I contribute to society in a positive way. And I'm just not the same person I was when I was 18 years old. And most importantly, I just want this off of my record if I can get it off of it.
Thank you, Mr. Hurt. Appreciate that. I just want to open it up and see if the board has any questions for you. Questions for Mr. Hurt? Reverend Hancock.
2 questions, Mr. Hurt. What are those trophies behind you?
An Emmy Award and a Telly Award. I could bring it closer and let you see if you want to.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to be sure I understood what they were. And the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support it. Now, the final decision will be up to Governor Evers, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel good that they would support me. I believe that they, see how far I've come in my life and understand that by me doing the things I'm doing now, that I'm not the same person anymore. So that means a lot to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Mr. Hurt. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you all as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Tori Clark. Ms. Clark, I believe we have you by phone now. Would you like me to repeat the directions from the beginning of the hearing, or did you catch those?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm kind of nervous, but yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm in my car. I'm on my way to therapy. I had an accident Friday. Somebody rear-ended me, so I have to go to therapy. But yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. So we'll just ask you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance. So tell us about the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went, how things have gone for you since then, community involvement, employment, things like that, basically how your life is different now. And then third, finally, just a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. And then once you spend about 3 minutes speaking to those, we'll open it up for other questions from the board.
Okay. Well, I'll start off by saying I made poor choices. I did also have a very bad drug problem. As of right now, I've been clean for 17 years. I'm no longer in Wisconsin. I moved to Atlanta once my parents passed away. My mother's been gone 3 years. My dad's been gone for 7. So I ended up leaving Wisconsin. I don't know. I'm a grandmother, a great grandmother. I've been out of trouble since the 90s. You know, I just learned my lesson. You know, I guess I was just making poor choices. You know, and I was just hanging with the wrong people, and I thought I was trying to be cool, and I really have no excuse for all that I've done. I've been at my job now for 7 years. I'm a forklift driver. Like I said, I'm a grandmother, a great grandmother, and I've just changed my life completely because I spend more time with my family. My family's here. All my kids and grandkids are here in Atlanta with me. So I'm just basically I've just changed my life. It's just complete circle. I don't know. I just want to clean my record and just, you know, because I feel like I've changed. I'm a better person. Me and my grandbabies, we feed the homeless. We just like bag lunches for the homeless on Thanksgiving, and I don't know. I guess you could say I just grow up. You know, I've grown up. Once I lost my parents, I was just, I don't know, I just decided to just do better. And the reason why I would like to have a partner, I was offered a better job, and I kept applying for this job and kept applying for this job. And by me being a convicted felon, they would hire me. I would get the interview, but if somebody came in that didn't have a felony, I would always get pushed back. So I'm like, I still can't really do what I want to do because of the foolishness I did when I was a kid. I think this case is, 20 years old? 22, 23 years old. And I still can't, you know, be just this productive citizen that I want to be because I have this felony hanging over my head. And basically, that's just my story.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I'm just going to open it up and see if we have questions from the board. Looks like we do have one. Cindy, go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Clark. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support from family, employers, friends, and others for their application for a pardon, and you did not submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
I didn't know that was, you know, something that I needed to do. Only thing I was told was to get all the paperwork together and submit, you know, all my the felonies. I didn't know that I needed to have a letter from anyone.
Well, it's in the application. It's not required, but it's strongly encouraged.
Oh.
Thank you.
We've got a couple other questions. Judge Crummers, I know you raised your hand.
Morning. It looks like from your posts on Facebook that you purchased a firearm in around 2023, a .38 Glock. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Well, see, in Georgia, we can have it, and I go to the gun range. I live in Cherokee County, and the sheriff in my county was like, because we had some, I don't know, people just, like peeking through windows and just doing a lot of strange stuff in our apartment complex. So when I talked to the officer, he said, well, in my county, it's required to have protection in your house. My firearm stays in my house. I can't carry it with me because I don't have a license to carry. So it's in my house. And that's the reason why I got it.
But do you recall, excuse me, do you recall being told on each of your felony convictions that you could no longer possess a firearm?
In the state of Wisconsin.
Or you thought that only applied if you were in Wisconsin?
Yes, because when I talked to the sheriff here in Cherokee County, and I told him what my crime was, he said by it being as old as it was, if anything happened, there was a slight possibility that anything was, I could be charged because I was a felon. Because here in Georgia, we can have it. I just can't carry it with me because I don't have the license to carry. But I can have a firearm in my home.
Well, I think you should talk to a lawyer because I can't give you legal advice, but I think your interpretation and what you've been told is incorrect. But that's my opinion. But you should talk to a lawyer. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions for Ms. Clark? Reverend Henky.
Ms. Clark, I don't want to keep you from therapy, but the district attorney in Milwaukee who reviewed your case recommends the governor grant you a pardon. It's up to the governor, but how does that support from the DA make you feel?
How is it important?
No, how does it make you feel?
If I was granted the pardon?
No, the district attorney's office recommends you get a pardon. How does that recommendation make you feel?
That's the best thing ever. I mean, I've tried my best to stay out of trouble, and I don't, because I'm older now. I'm about to be 62 years old. You know what I'm saying? And I don't condone, all of the wrong that I've done. I don't do it no more. And if I could get this pardon, I would highly appreciate it. Because I've paid my debt to society. I'm staying out of trouble. I'm off of drugs. I've been clean for almost 18 years, and that would be the best thing ever.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I think that's all the questions from us. So we'll let you go ahead and get to your appointment. Thank you for taking the time to chat with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Randall Bagley. Mr. Bagley, are you with us in the Zoom? All right, I do not see Mr. Bagley, so we will come back to him if he's able to join us. And Tarnisha Brown, Ms. Brown, I just saw you come off mute there, so we'll turn it over to you.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. I want to start off by saying I'm Tarnisha Brown. I am 36 years old. I have 5 kids. A grandmother of 3 now. And I want to say I take full accountability of my past actions in both of my cases that I was charged with. I was young too. One was 2012 and one was in 2014. Keeping a place of prostitution and the gun charge. So I served time. I did 4.5 years on papers. Like I said, I was young. I learned from my mistakes. I've been through hell and back from 7 years old to maybe 30, in and out of foster homes, in and out of group homes, trying to figure out my life on my own with half to no guidance until I met my foster mom. And then my life changed for the better. She's still a help right now today. Since my charges, I haven't been in trouble with both of my cases. Since both of my cases, I haven't been in no trouble at all. Try to make the right decisions for the most part, and raise my kids. I work. I have a long record of working. I'm always working. I worked in a nursing home and in the home care field since 2009, on and off, on and off, on and off. And then this year, I decided to do something different. I went to Amazon. It was fun, but it wasn't for me. It's a bunch of kids there. Now I'm over at the Goodwill outlet store that just opened up because they offer way more programs than just working at the Goodwill. They have assisted livings. They have a lot of stuff where you can volunteer and help in this. It's not even that much pay or none, but it's just like the environment. I don't know, but working there. I'm back in Madison. I moved to Arizona for almost 2 years with my kids to have a better life, to get out of Wisconsin, period. And then I'm back now because I'm going to court with my kid's dad over child support and custody. And my kids start having kids, so I'm here again, but I've been doing good. Well, let me think about what are the other questions.
The last one is just why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one.
I'm seeking a pardon because it's like this big weight. It won't go away. This dark cloud. Everything I do, touch, it just it's either a yes, no, wait, maybe. And I'm so good at a lot of things. Like I done got job recommendations and job offers that would literally hire me, go through the whole process, pass the drug tests and the screenings and this, that, and the third, like St. Mary's, for instance, the hospital. And then they will say, oh, we cannot move on. We're going with the next candidate because of your background. Like that, I think to me, it's a setup, like no matter how much you change or sorry.
It's okay,
No
Ms.
matter
Brown.
how much
Take a
you
minute.
change or you move on, learn from your mistakes, like becoming a felon is the worst thing you can ever do in your life. I tell my kids, my grandkids, like I can never get the jobs I want, the houses. Like when I tried to move my kids to a better neighborhood for the schooling, and it's hard to get a house in a good neighborhood. Luckily, thank God, I go to church and my foster mama helped me and she raised me, to be a little bit different. And I believe in a higher power or whatever. So I pray and we always end up getting something nice or safe or, but it's hard. My kids don't even know the struggle I go through every day. They don't know everything, and so I don't expose them to that, but I was exposed to a lot at a young age. And I'm just glad I'm the person I am today, and I really think I deserve it because I kept my word. And if you don't know better, you ain't gonna do better. So once you learn it, then it's a difference. But it's like I said, that cycle, you break the cycle, you learn, you move forward and you try to do the best you can. I'm not perfect. I'm human. I mean, I don't know, but I be kind unto others, period. I treat people the way I want to be treated. And I don't know. I just don't think nobody should have to go through this their whole life. When you're 50, 60, 70, 80, all the way till you die, you gotta live with something over your head. Yes, I take accountability, like I said, and others probably do too, but it's like, no matter how many times you say you're sorry and change and show people a change, some people don't care. Like, they don't know what you feel and what you go through. It's hard to keep just having something held over your head and you can't move forward or get the things you want. Like the guy said, I watched one of the videos. I can't DoorDash. I can't do nothing. Like, they make you feel like you killed somebody being a felon. Like, it's hard. It's horrible. I hate it. And hate is a bad word. Forgive me. But I hate this for me. This was one of the darkest times of my life. Like, something I would never want to go through again or go back to. I just want it to be over. I don't know. And I'm a woman. That make it even harder. Like, I don't know.
Thanks, Ms. Brown. I appreciate you sharing that. I think we got a couple questions for you. So Cindy, let's start with you.
Yeah. Good morning, Ms. Brown. Thank you for sharing your story in a difficult setting. We recognize that this isn't the easiest setting to share these stories. And yours is a story of resiliency that's just very impressive. But you have a lovely letter from your foster mom in your application process. What's your relationship still? Can you tell us a little bit about that? Do you see each other often?
Yeah, well, she's in Arizona right now.
Okay.
She retired recently. When I came back last year, August. She sold our childhood house. So be it all my nine foster sisters is like helping her get the stuff out and just having memories, because she's older now. And we talk every day. That's my mom. Like, I don't know nothing else. Those are my 9 sisters. That's my mom.
Yeah.
She's a good grandma to my kids. Like, she's still there. But she's in Arizona right now. She left yesterday. My oldest sister is having breast surgery. She had breast cancer and she having surgery today. So my mom flew over there.
Okay.
To be with her kids.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Brown,
Yeah.
the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application for a pardon. And it'll be up to Governor Evers, but the Milwaukee County DA's office supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I don't know, like joyful. That give me hope. That give me like, I don't know. That give me goosebumps. That's a good feeling. It's like I said, that give me hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Brown? No. All right. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Ms. Brown. Really appreciate you being with us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning. All right. I do believe that we have Mr. Bagley with us in the Zoom now. We'll turn it over to you, Mr. Bagley. All right, Mr. Bagley, we can see your square, but we don't have you on video or audio yet. All right, looks like you just need to unmute.
Okay, is that better?
Yep, perfect. Do you know what we're asking you to speak to, or would you like me to repeat the questions for you?
No.
Okay.
Basically, you want me to tell what happened and what I'm applying for a pardon for.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Just want to let you know, thank you for taking your time. I did this when I was 17 years old. I am now almost going to be 62. I stole some beer out of an old Quonset hut machine shed up north Wisconsin. Got caught for it, pleaded guilty, paid full restitution, sat in jail the full time. Did my probation. It was a dumb thing to do. I was young and dumb, and it was 42 years ago. Since then, I have been in construction work. Started that when I was 17, 18 years old. Still do the same job. Asphalt, concrete, construction, excavating, a heavy operator, Class A CDL for over 40 years. Enjoy my job, enjoy my family, have a big family. We're very close-knit family. Own my own home for 25 years. Have a daughter who I love dearly, who is getting married, who I raised her. I did get in trouble with her when she was 13 years old. Her mother gave her a phone, which I did not know she had, which had some different contacts in it, which were older people. Got caught with the phone. I took the phone and did break the phone. Got caught for it. And I bought her a new phone, and then she lived with me 6 months after that till now. And just long story short is this has been on my record for over 40 years. I am getting close to the wedding day of my daughter, and I want this off my record. Getting ready to retire. And just wanted off. It's in the back of my mind ever since then. So that is basically what I have to say about that. I've been in the same church for 20 years. I'm a strong member of my community. Don't do a lot of whole community service, but I try to get out and help people as much as I can, plowing, whatever I can do, cutting grass for our community, the church, whoever needs help. So that is basically about it. So if you have any questions for me, that'd be okay.
Great. Let's see if we have any. We'll open it up. Board members, any questions for Mr. Bagley? All right, I think it's all covered in your materials then. We did review your full written application, and I think that answered everything. So thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Bagley.
Thank you very much for your time.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Next up, we have Gregory Castillo. Mr. Castillo, are you with us in the Zoom?
Yes.
Great. We can hear you. We can't yet see you.
Start my video. There it is.
Perfect.
Good morning. A summary of my offenses and how my sentence went. In November of 1992, I was sentenced to 2 years probation for operating an auto without owner's consent. I was thrill seeking. I was trying to fit in, being a follower. I was still in high school at the time. I was in the county bullpen for 4 days before being offered probation. I remember most being thankful for getting out and back to my girlfriend and sons. I eventually completed probation. One thing I learned from that is the energy that you put in this world will make it back to you. As an adult, my car was stolen. Moving on to July 29th of 1997, I was sentenced to 20 months in prison for possession with the intention to deliver THC. So how that went down there is I was shot in the leg during a robbery. As the police were investigating, they smelled the odor of the THC. What I so vividly remember most is when the public defender showed me the paperwork for a plea deal stating 30 months WSP. I initially was hoping that it meant Wisconsin State probation and that I would be released, but she informed me that it meant Wisconsin State prison. Let me tell you, I was terrified. I ended up negotiating and agreeing to a 20-month sentence, to which I had 2.5 months time served. I went to Dodge County Prison for about 4 or 5 weeks and was sent to Oak Hill Correctional, to where I served briefly. As soon as I earned my HSCD, I was released on parole. I got it on my first try. In addition to that, I was able to show other inmates studying practices to help them and encourage them to get an education. I was away for 6.5 months before being released on parole. Moving on to possession of THC second offense that happened in 5/10/1998. So my parole agent offered me an alternative to revocation, which was boot camp. So I'm on parole for the previous offense. I'm at the movies on a triple date, and the guys go out to my car to smoke a joint, and the lot security called the police. Because I was on parole, I was taken to the county jail, and I had to sit while my agent decided how to rehabilitate me. I accepted the boot camp program because it offered early release to those who completed the requirements and graduated. Next question, a summary of what you have done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment. The boot camp set me up for success. Also, the wisdom I gained from the consequences of my decisions helped me move forward. I have been gainfully employed for the last 26 years. I have a strong work ethic. My confidence and skill level has grown with each career opportunity. I have been married for X number of years, and my wife and I have been able to raise our children, buy a house, and establish a stable work and family environment. None of my sons have criminal records, all graduated from high school, have great jobs, and they themselves are great parents. My wife and I have 34 years together. This past October 31st is my 8th year celebrating complete sobriety. I say this because drinking brought me a false sense of happiness, which contributed to the thoughts that I gave too much attention to, which led to my poor decisions. I completed an associate's degree in culinary arts in June of 2016. Also important to note, I've carried the weight of these convictions X numbers of years. Even though my life has changed and progress has been made, I still feel like I've missed out on a lot, on many opportunities. Because of these convictions, I'm not allowed to be a foster parent. This has impacted my wife and I as well as her business. I joined Ephesians Missionary Baptist Church in April of 21 as to where I'm a deacon in training. My pastor has given me my first ministry, which is at Glenn T. Jackson Elementary. I collaborate with the parent and youth coordinator, organizing events such as men in our church reading to the children. I have a contact from the Bank of America that teaches the parents financial literacy. We do a shoe drive, staff appreciation, soul food potluck. I give the students a survey of their teachers and provide gift cards to the top 3 teachers. I mentor at the Hopgood. I mentored at the Hopgood group home. I visit people at the hospitals and pray for them. I serve the needs of the homeless by serving them food, water, praying for them, and connecting them to people or organizations that can help their specific needs. So just as we see the progression in my criminal record, we can begin to see the steps I've made to live a drug and alcohol-free life. My mind has changed. My attitude has changed as well. People I thought I wanted to be like or around, they're no longer around. A statement about why I think I should receive a pardon. I also relived my childhood as a juvenile. All the records I read, and I remembered being abandoned by my family and how the state really didn't know what to do with me. I brought this up to say, as a father and a grandfather, I know how important it is for a family to help nurture youth, because if you give up on your children, who is going to help guide and teach them? My story is an example, but I made it. I am a success story. I believe that my testimony will help others. As I answered each question in this pardon packet, I reflected on my life, not only in that moment, but for months. I kept trying to figure out why I behaved the way that I did. Why did it take so long for me to begin to comprehend? Why was I not concerned about my future? I did the math. In 92, I was 18. In 97, I was 23. In 98, I was 24. Now, these were the convictions. I'm looking back at all that. I was immature. I was ignorant. I was selfish. I was gullible. I was legally an adult, but I had the mind of a teenager. I am now 50, and I am still reaping the consequences of the decisions and actions that I made as a young adult. Now, fast forward to this moment, I've learned a lot from this session, from this season in my life. I no longer have that criminal mindset and selfish mentality. In these years, I continue growing into the man I am now. I am thankful for the experiences from these life lessons. It has humbled me and matured me. I worked hard to rehabilitate myself and be the husband, father, grandfather, and son that everyone could be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Castillo, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support it. Now, the final decision will be up to Governor Evers, but how does the support of the Milwaukee County DA's office make you feel?
Thank you. It makes me feel extremely thankful that the ducks are lining up, that I'm giving the board, I'm giving them something to work with, that I'm showing them that there's a history of me trying to turn around, and that my case and my story is believable. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Castillo, you talked about this in your application, but I just want to follow up a little bit here. You mentioned your wife that you've been with for 34 years. There are several instances of domestic abuse related disputes on your record. And you say in your application that you wanted to be in control and that there's no excuse for your actions. But can you tell us a little bit about what's changed in that relationship and anything else you can share there?
Yes. So when I was younger, I was a follower. You know, I had men telling me certain things, how things were supposed to be done. I seen violence in my family from my father and doing it to my mother. So I thought that I had to be in control. I thought that I had to run anything. And normally I see it different. I see that the women control the household. They're in control of the household as far as making the decisions. So I just had my mind. I wasn't mature.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Castillo? No? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Appreciate you sharing everything with the board and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last applicant of the first morning block is Lawrence Funk. Mr. Funk, we're ready to hear from you.
Hello, can you see me now? My camera's being weird here. Perfect.
We can.
Perfect. How you doing? My name is Lawrence Funk. I am on here today to try to get a pardon. I have two felonies on my background. 1999, I was convicted of possession of cocaine with intent to deliver, and then in 2005. I was convicted of possession with marijuana with intent to deliver. Since then, I went to prison. I was in prison 11 months. I went to boot camp, got out of boot camp, had no issues there. Was on probation or parole post prison. I was released early for having no issues on probation. Since then, I went to barber school in 2009. Became a barber in 2010, licensed barber, opened my barbershop, which is called Funk's Barbershop. I opened that in 2015, and we just had our 9-year anniversary, June 15th of this year. Every year, this is the 4th year, we do a back to school charity event with the Chicago Bears. I am the first in-house barber for the Chicago Bears. So we do a back to school event. So I close my shop down for the day. I bring all of my barbers. I have 11 employees, so I bring 11 of my guys plus myself to the Chicago Bears practice facility. We cut hair for about 4 hours, giving back to the children. We do that. Then I also set up a makeshift barbershop for the Retired Football Association of Chicago. It's a charity event as well. We give away free haircuts for that. And then I just been working hard and staying out of trouble. I been a licensed barber now for almost 15 years, and I live in Illinois. My barbershop's in Chicago. So, but everything has been going really good since I've gotten in trouble and since I've got my life turned around. And the reason I'm looking for a pardon, I've been dealing with background issues, with the felonies for the past, 20 years. I was just in London with the Chicago Bears while they played out there, and I applied for to travel worldwide, and I was denied because of my felonies. So I think, with me traveling, with the Bears and things like that, it hinders a lot of things. And quite frankly, 20 years later, it's embarrassing when I'm not allowed to do something because of my felonies when I was making terrible decisions as a child. As a child. So now I'm getting ready to be 45 years old and working responsible adult now. So that's why I'm applied for a pardon, and that's why we're on the phone today. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. I just want to see if anyone has any questions for you to follow up. Judge Crummers.
Good morning, sir. It looks like in 2023, you posted something on your Facebook page or Instagram showing you holding a customized 9mm handgun.
Yes, my wife, she's a conceal and carry and a Floyd card owner in Chicago. We've been married 10 years. It's her gun.
So why were you holding it?
I mean, it's a piece of art. That's why.
It's a real firearm.
Yes, it is a real firearm.
Okay. You might want to talk to a lawyer about the presence of a firearm in the place you're living.
Yes, like I said, in Illinois, my wife is a legal Floyd and conceal and carry owner, and we're married. We've been living together, so I don't own any weapons.
I recommend you talk to a lawyer about your ability to live in a house where there's a gun.
Okay.
Because your conviction in Wisconsin prohibits you from possessing a firearm in any way, shape, or manner, including living in a house with one.
Okay. Yep. I'll absolutely reach out to my attorney about that.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Funk, the judge who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it.
Yes.
The final decision will be up to Governor Evers, but how does the judge's support make you feel?
I mean, it makes me feel happy that someone supports it, but unfortunately, that wasn't the original judge. So, I think that was the judge. I think the original judge I had is retired by now. So,
right. But
so
go ahead. That's the way it works.
Oh, no,
Very often that's the case.
Yeah.
A judge is asked to review your application.
Yep.
And she supports it.
It makes me feel wonderful that someone does support it. Not only myself and my wife, but somebody else in the court system. And like I said, I mean, after the past 20 some years, I think I've definitely made amends, and I'm a citizen, and I'm working, and my job is paying off. In the past 10 years, I mean, I think we're a great part of the community where my barbershop is. So I'm very happy that she supports it.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Funk. I appreciate you being with us and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You have a good day, you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so that is the end of our first morning block. We are running a little bit behind, so we're going to transition straight into our second block of applicants for the morning. And before we get started, I will just go through our housekeeping items one more time very quickly, because I know most of you weren't on the Zoom this morning when we started. So welcome everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel and the Chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. With us on Zoom today are other board members, Nadia Perez-Reyes, who's the Deputy Secretary at the Department of Children and Families and previously a practicing attorney, Cindy O'Donnell, who serves as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle, Reverend Jerry Hancock, who's the director of the Prison Ministry Project and previously served as a public defender and deputy district attorney, and Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who served as Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. So those are your board members today. I'd like to remind you that today's hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. We'll ask you to mute yourselves and turn off your camera until it's your turn to be heard by the board so that we can focus on the person who is presenting at the time. If you do run into any IT issues with Zoom, someone from my team will reach out to you and help you troubleshoot so that we can get you up and running when it is your turn. And we will go through applicants in the order listed on the open meetings notice and agenda. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance, and the second 2 will take any other questions that the board might have for you. We may or may not have questions. Sometimes things are covered by your application, but it's really important that we get to anything that we do want to ask about so that we can make an appropriate recommendation to the governor. You need a majority support of the board members present in order for your application to be sent on to the governor, who will make the final decision to grant or reject your application. And you'll hear from the office in about a month and a half either way about the outcome of today's hearing. So before we start, I'll just give everyone a refresher on those questions that we're going to ask you to spend the first 3 minutes of your time with the board speaking to. First, providing us with a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You do not need to minimize your involvement. We want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, providing a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement, employment, basically how your life is now and how it's different from the time that you committed your offense. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Again, we'll ask you to keep that to 3 minutes so that we can make sure that we use the remainder of the time to get to any other questions that board members may have for you, so we can make an informed recommendation to the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the second morning block, which is Christopher Reeder. We'll turn it over to you, sir.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, thank you for having me. I'm here because I'm looking for the pardon for the crime that I committed back in 1993. I committed the crime of possession with intent marijuana while armed, which was the worst decision I ever made in my life. I owned up to the decision. I pled guilty. After pleading guilty, I was sentenced to 3 years state prison. I served 11 months of that, roughly around 9 months of it at minimum security Winnebago. Then I was transferred to a pre-release center in downtown Milwaukee, where I was able to go back to work for the company that I worked for prior to going to the prison. Shortly after being there, they granted me my parole. I was able to go back to my family, my kids, and go back to work and go back to living life. I've upgraded my jobs throughout my life, always looking for something better. I finally had an opportunity to get into the Carpenters Union Local 264, and I went in there as a journeyman. I didn't have to do an apprentice because of my skills. Throughout that time, I bought a couple of rental properties, a few blocks from my house in the neighborhood, and which really kind of opened it up to being a part of the neighborhood and part of the community. We did a lot of cleaning up in the community. We did a lot of work with the alder lady at the time, Marie Johnson Odom. She helped us close nuisance bars where people were getting shots, nuisance properties. Did a really good cleanup job in the neighborhood. I was always there to help and be a part of it. I was brought up that way, that, you know, your purpose in life is to help. So everything went really good in the neighborhood. Everything was cleaned up. Unfortunately, in 2012, I was diagnosed with degenerative disc disease, which prohibited me from doing my job. I couldn't hold my job anymore as a carpenter. I couldn't do as much to help the community in our neighborhood anymore. So I kind of had a downtime. I was a little depressed. I had to speak to a psychologist, and we worked through that. And it seems to me that things happen for a reason. And I think that that happened to me because my mom's health started fading. And I got to spend a lot of quality time with her and help her out a lot. I also lost two of my older sisters shortly after, which I also had the time to spend with them and help them. If I was working, I wouldn't have had that time. And I think that was like really precious and really important to me to be able to spend that time with them. Everything was okay, working through that. I wish I could say that I haven't been in trouble again. In January 8th, 2022, I was driving under the influence and I was pulled over for speeding. I was arrested for the DUI. Again, I owned up to it. I pled guilty. I did everything I was supposed to do to get my license back, took the classes, and got past that. I'm hoping for a pardon today because I am on a fixed income. I really need to, add some income, subsidize my income. It's really hard to find a job that I can have with my back issues. That I got to find something that my back is not going to restrict me on. And when you add the felony on top of that, it's like almost impossible. I was interested in a real estate agent, which got a background in real estate and building. Also thinking about an insurance agent and maybe even sitting on a community board or some kind of public servant, which all of that stuff is stuff I just can't do it because of the felony. But it would be something that I could do with my back that would work out for me. Even more so important, my grandkids. I have 4 grandkids now that are in sports, and they all want me to be a part of their team. They want me to be one of the coaches on the team, and I'm unable to do that. So I had to sit my grandkids down and talk to them and explain to them why I couldn't be a part of their team. And just the look on their face just crushed me inside. So I told them I'm trying to do something to fix it so I can be a part of their team. I would love to be able to change the way they looked, change the way they looked at me. It's something when somebody looks down on you as a felon, it's a lot easier to deal with just an everyday, basis. But when your grandkids look down on you, it hits you to the core. So I would love to be able to fix that and be a part of their team and let them know that their grandfather can't coach with them and help them out. So that's the most important part to me. I would love to subsidize my income, but my grandkids are way more important than that.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Reeder. Thank you. Questions from the board for Mr. Reeder? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Reed, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application for a pardon. Now, it'll be up to the governor to decide, but the DA's office supports your application. How does that make you feel?
Oh, it makes me feel incredibly blessed that I have some other advocates out there that support me having this removed. So it's just a wonderful feeling.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Reeder. I appreciate you sharing your story with us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, too. Thank you for the opportunity. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Keith Vessel. Mr. Vessel, I know I saw you on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't yet see you. Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. Perfect.
How you doing this morning?
Great, thank you.
All right, so we started.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, I'm seeking the pardon for my offenses of possession with intent to deliver and possession of THC. Back in my young days, I made some terrible decisions by not having a family structure, by not having guidance from my dad, by not having guidance from my mom. I was very poor, and I did some ridiculous things that has haunted me for so many years. It's plagued me from moving forward to being able to provide for my children, being able to provide for my family. It hinders me right now from even working NPS games. What I've done, I've completed my probationary time with no problems. My AODA treatment classes I went through with no problem. The judge told me I confessed on everything. I pled guilty to everything. I did not fight it. I did not want to fight it because I knew I was wrong at that time. Since then, what I've done, I've been a big part of the community. As far as I'm a barber, I've been a master barber for 17 years at G's Clippers. That's where I met Governor Tony Evers at, and that's why I got the information to come do this. But besides that, I'm a WIA official of Wisconsin. I've been to state this year. This year's my first state championship game. And besides that, I am a NCAA official for women's college. So I've been doing the things that I hope that y'all would see and everybody else would put what I did past me and look at what I am today. I am a man with a full family. I'm a father of 4 boys. I have been in this community giving back. I give haircuts to the homeless. I give haircuts to the less unfortunate. I donate my time to just to the youth. I do youth football. This is my first year doing youth football, and I try to catch any youth that I see that's going down the wrong path, that will make that terrible decision that I made, that will make that wrong turn that will send your life down spiraling for 20 years. I would never wish that on anybody. So I tried to catch them before it even gets to that. And what I think why I think I should receive a pardon, because I think it would help me further my life. I get hindered. Right now, I'm a Division III official at the women's level. And every time I look at the application and it states, "Hey, are you a felon?" I start shaking because I know it may close the door for me. I have opportunity to move up. I have opportunity to make it to the WNBA because I have that many people around me that believe in me, that are backing me up, that are opening doors. I know what I did was terrible. Terrible. I'm not shying away from it. I am a man of my words. Y'all will never have to see me in front of these cameras. I am ecstatic that y'all are giving me this opportunity to express my side of the story and not just look at the paper and determine that's who I am. I am a changed man. I've been a changed man since I didn't even go to prison. Every time that I was given community access because the judge felt like that I wasn't someone that he wanted to put away in prison. He wanted me to keep me into the community to where I would learn my lesson, but as well give back to the community. I do numerous of volunteer work with fathers making progress, Northcott Neighborhood House, G's Clippers. So I spend all my time giving back instead of taking away from the community like I did. So I'm asking y'all to consider me, a real consideration of me, because my life has went from down to skyrocketing up. And I would like to be able to walk with my head held high, not look over my shoulder, not worry about anything. I would love to be able to get a better job to provide for like my 4 children now. I have a woman now that we stay together. So everything is going in the right direction. I wanted to keep going in that right direction. So I'm asking, I am begging for forgiveness. I understand what I did was totally wrong, and I do not shy away from it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vessel. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Vessel, you may have heard me ask this question of other people, but I think it's really important that you know that the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application for a pardon. And it will be up to Governor Evers to decide. But how does their support make you feel?
It gives me hope. I'm grateful because They could have said no. So they're giving me the second chance that I hope the Governor Tony Evers give me. And I'm just so overwhelmed. Like I want to tear up because I have never had so many people that gave me that hope, that gave me that feeling that they cared about me and what I was going through. So I really appreciate that they did that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, I think that covers it then, Mr. Vessel. Thank you so much for your time this morning and for all the work you put into your application materials. We appreciate it.
I wanted to apologize to all y'all before I got off, for y'all having to take this time out to have me sit here and to explain this all. So I want to extend my gratitude and say thank you all for listening to me. And may all y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we'll hear from Germanica Overton. So Overton, are you with us in the Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. We can hear you. We can't yet see you.
Okay, let's see what I can do up here.
There we go.
You can see me?
Perfect.
Is that too much light?
No, you're good.
Okay, because
go right ahead.
Is that better?
Yeah.
It's a little better. I'll kick it that way. Sorry, I'm in my office. How you doing this morning?
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me. Okay. You got to help me get started, man. I'm a little nervous. I did talk to Jakaya, so she said she'll send you a little note for me. But I'm pretty sure from listening to the guy before, I'm going to be open and honest with you. Listening to the people that came up before me, it kind of made me even nervouser. I didn't want to piggyback off what other people said. I did write some stuff, but I decided I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be open, honest, and very transparent with you all. So I kind of know how to start. I will start by telling you all that I am Germanica Overton, the mother of 2 college graduates. My daughters are 39 and 34, as well as I'm a grandmother of 4 boys, 19, 13, 12, and 10. One of them is going to college, Whitefish Bay right now. I'm very family orientated. I'm a no-nonsense businesswoman because of the things from my past. I have no time to waste in my life. In 1991, I was convicted of reckless use of a weapon endangering safety. My punishment was 2 years on probation, which I had Judge D'Amato. He gave me 4 months as well in the house correction. But due to the point I had a good job at the time, he gave me Huber. And he told me if I would go in there and do exactly what I'm supposed to do for 60 days, he would actually suspend 60 days. So I returned to court in 54 days and he let me go. So I began my probation. I completed the probation. Whatever restitution I had to pay, I paid it. And I got a letter of recommendation from my parole, my PO. Yeah, my PO. I always get PO parole mixed up. So after I was released, I did finish school. I got my degree in electronic technology that opened up the door for my electrical apprenticeship. I worked 20 years in the electrical field and then I retired. And after retirement, I retired at 40. I was bored. So being bored, I went and worked on the radio for 2 years to open up the door for broadcasting and journalism. My job on the radio was basically event coordinator. So I had to find creative ways to find events to give back to the community. So I came up with like back to school drives where I would go out and give book bags and school supplies to the kids, as well as I came up with an initiative to go into barbershops and beauty salons and solicit service to be rendered for children returning to school, as well as bringing entertainment to the city of Milwaukee. When I was done with that, I serviced the board of directors for Hansberry Sand. I did that for like 2.5, maybe 3 years, where we put on basic production, like theatrical plays, as well as comedy shows and poetry nights. I did that. I loved doing that. It was volunteer work. And then after that, I started working with Dr. Elder Ricky Price Sr. from Mount Zion Church. I became his personal photographer and videographer, where He was a Teamster who was retired, so he would take me to the National Black Office. He would fly me all over, and I would cover his event, videotape it, and take photos. After I did that, let's see what I did after that. I started my own company, which I'm in right now, which is YG Multimedia. It's my baby to me. I've been in business over 10 years. I'm an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. I do printing, graphics, and video production. So I film weddings. I take professional photos, either it be from a wedding to a graduation, pregnancy photos, you name it, I take the photos. Even people service me to do passport photos. Other than that, I work with grieving families. A majority of my work right here now, I create obituaries. It's a lot of death in the city of Milwaukee, so I'm always busy in my office. I say to you that I'm on the vendor list with local funeral homes. So I work with Serenity Funeral Home, the New Pitts Mortuary, Golden Gate Funeral Home, as well as Rousey Funeral Home. So basically, when a family loses a loved one, they go into a funeral home and they make the final arrangement. And that leads them to a vendor's list where they select the vendor off the list, a printer to come in and create that legacy, which is a beautiful piece of artwork. And I do that. Other than that, I use my business as a platform to give back service and to my community. I started an event called Milwaukee Girls Rock, where my event is about women empowering women, and not just prestigious women in my community. I mean, it could be doctors, lawyers, business owners, but also that young woman that's a single mother that's getting up every day going to work. When she leaves work, she got her weekend. Most people that work on Monday through Friday live for the weekend, but that single mother got to take her son to a barbershop and get his hair done. I want to say to her, I'm proud of you. Just because you average and basic, I want to lift you up, and I embody that. So I put these women in the room, and we have a nice, elegant dinner, and I have entertainment come in. Like every year that I do it, I select a really nice guest speaker to come in. I've had women come in that survived breast cancer or domestic violence. And then I had the little Jazzy Jews come in. And these are little old ladies. It's real beautiful. They like in their late 60s and 70s. They come in and put on a beautiful show. So, and I bring them up on stage. I'm actually in my office. I can show you. I bring them up on stage and I give them a trophy like this. So this is my own design, okay? And a lot of these women, them average women, never even graduated high school. So it means everything in the world for them to even just come across the stage and somebody acknowledging them. So other than that, what I do, I would tell you.
Overton, I don't want to cut you off. We have quite a bit about your charity volunteer work in your application. So okay. If I can, I'd like to turn you just very quickly to why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one, kind of in addition to what you've already shared. But tell us a little bit about why you're seeking a pardon, and then I'll see if we have other questions for you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm seeking my pardon because I fought so hard to get in a place of power where I gained a decent reputation from my community, my family, and my friends. I've been through anger management and I've been through therapy, which helped me like expose who I really was and give me the help that I need to make the transition to be better in my life. And doing all of this stuff, I learned how to respond without a reaction and mentally go in my mind and figure out how I'm going to do things. A pardon would open up my life for me. I want to start a nonprofit organization where I mentor young men and women, or even students. But having this over my back, I'm always seeking validation for something. And it's been there 40 years now. So that's why I seek the problem. I seek the pardon because I want to move forward in my life. I'm already doing great things. I can be better because I know my full potential.
Thank you. So,
yes, ma'am.
Any questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for sharing your story today.
Good morning, ma'am.
One of the things you mentioned in your application that caught my eye, and I was hoping you could tell the board a little bit more about it, is you said that you try to employ ex-offenders in your business. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Oh, absolutely, ma'am. I register my business as a job site with the Almost program as well as Northcott neighborhood. I work with She's called a employment specialist. And what she do, she send offenders to me to work in my office. So I interview these people, but at the same time, I give them a job. And I'm really firm and strict in my office because I know what I've been through. And I mentor to these people as they in my office. I teach them basic necessities. Some people come here and they don't even know how to work a computer, better yet, answer an email. So I bring them here and I employ them for 6 months. And I give them the tools that they need to take it from here as a good foundation and keep going in their life. And I would be honored if I could tell you that none of the people I work with didn't go back to jail, because they have. But there is a handful of them that went on and did great things, came back to me and started their own business, asked me how do they start up their promotional materials to start their business, or left the city of Milwaukee and moved to Arizona. One of the guys worked for cable just because I taught him wiring. I mean, I'm a brilliant woman when it comes to electricity. So I take these young men and I teach them. And I will honest to God tell you, man, it's sad to me that a young man will come in my office and he don't even know how to work a drill, yet read a ruler, but he's got a conviction for selling drugs or carrying a firearm. That's a problem to me. Yeah. So that's what I do with that. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. It's important work. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. And besides, I'm a homeowner, so I talk to them about that too. Okay.
Reverend Hancock, you had a question.
Yes.
Ms. Overton,
yes, sir.
You may have heard me ask this question to other people, but I think it's important that you know that the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application for a pardon. And it'll be up to the governor to decide, but the Milwaukee County DA's office supports your application. How does that make you feel?
Honestly, sir, vindicated. It's like whenever I talk about this stuff, no matter what I've done in my life, it always stirs something inside of me. But for me to sit down and tell my story on paper and submit it, and for somebody to accept it, look at it, and then say, okay, I think you're a good candidate, that means the world to me, because I've really worked my butt off, sir, to change my life, get on the right course, and be a good citizen. So that I just appreciate it. And I just feel vindicated, sir. That's the word I'm looking for.
Good. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much, Ms. Overton. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, ma'am. Before I go, can I tell you one more thing? Sure. I just want to tell you guys that even though I do all these amazing things, I have been employed for the past 15 years. I'm currently working for Allegiance Home Healthcare, and I work for the state of Wisconsin IRIS program, where I give back even more because I work with patients with disabilities and mental illness. So I just want y'all to know that I try my best in life. Okay, I thank you guys. You're amazing, and good luck today. Have a beautiful weekend.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Our next applicant is Merrick House. Mr. House, are you in the Zoom with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
Great.
I want to start off by speaking on my prior cases. One was a possession of a firearm. I think it's a short barrel rifle. Poor decision as a child, not really knowing any better in that area. I think the second one is bank fraud, another poor decision. When it comes to finances, when we're that young, we don't really think like certain decisions that we make would give just poor decisions. But then I think I have possession of marijuana. I think my last two, once again, poor decisions, being young as a child. You don't know any better. All my cases I've served, and I took responsibility for them and ownership and did my time successfully. As to speak of myself right now, I'm currently a business owner. I have 7 kids, currently have part-time custody of 2 of them. Homeowner, currently engaged. I live now to show my kids a different direction in which way to go, to try to get them not to make the mistakes that dad made, keep them educated and in school, teach them financial literacy, something different that I didn't learn, which kind of hints to the possession of marijuana and selling drugs. We make poor decisions when we uneducated and don't know any better, with poor guidance. So I try to be the best father that I can show them. I'm sorry, I'm just not a good speaker, but I'm trying my best. I take full responsibility on all my mistakes, and I don't feel like I'm very remorseful, The biggest thing that I do now is try to push and get my kids to do something different. And you got to go sit down. I'm sorry. I have my daughter out of school today. I'm in court, baby. You got to go sit down, please. Oh, sorry. That's kind of hard.
Okay.
But that's what I'm a full-time dad now. That's, between kids, business, school, trying to get ahead in life, trying to maintain, trying to show them something different. So that you can do something different, because I didn't have that when I was growing up. I didn't have no one really pushing positivity and showing me something, totally different that you can do. Like I said, I'm a business owner right now on my own trucking company. So I guess I'm here asking for a partner today because there's a lot of loads and a lot of opportunities that I miss out of because of my background. And I think it will give me a jump start and a larger leap, because the freight industry is kind of on the rough side. It's manageable, but it's a little bit harsh. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. House. Can we go ahead and open up to questions from the board? I think we probably have a few for you.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Cindy, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. House.
Good morning.
As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support from family, business, the community, and you didn't submit any letters of support for your application. Can you tell us why not?
I didn't, and I was aware of that. I don't have an excuse outside of being extremely busy. Like I said, I have 7 kids. So with my trucking business and a lot of other things going on, I didn't get around. It really just kept slipping my mind. So I'll be lying if I said, for any other reason other than I forgot to do that aspect of it. Not that I don't have the support, because I had some people that I could have reached out that was willing to push the letters and send the letters. I just didn't get the opportunity to get it done. And that's why I dropped the ball at.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. House? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. House, in 2019, you were arrested for felony strangulation and suffocation. What was that all about?
A bitter child's mom. It was my fault because I had a baby, and I never put my hands on her. I never did anything to her. That's why the case was dropped. We are extremely close. Even in the time that it happened, when I found it happened, it was an argument. I wound up leaving, went home. I think days later, I get a letter in the mail with the charges. I instantly reached out to an attorney and turned myself in because I was innocent in that matter. But it's just, I was with the lady and I had a baby on her, the one that was just talking. So, yeah, but we totally fine. We co-parent well.
Okay. Are her initials ETD?
Yes.
And were you arrested in 2017 in Oak Creek for being physical with her?
Yes, but I wasn't. I was arrested. That was another incident where I turned myself in just arguing. It was a very so to explain it, man, it was a very toxic situation. A lot of people feel like they can hurt you by because if they can't hurt you, they can send you to jail, and that's their way of hurting you. But in any of those incidents, I've never put my hands on her. That's why I was never charged. Like there was never no evidence, no nothing like that.
Well, okay, just to be clear, are you saying that in the 2019 case, which was strangulation and suffocation, I mean, you're right, that case was dismissed, but you were charged with that case?
No, I was never charged with that case.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't. The 2019 case was dismissed. I'm sorry, I was never charged with that case.
Well, that just to be clear, and I'll defer to Judge Crimmers, having a case dismissed is not the same as not being charged. You understand that, right?
Kind of, sort of. I never was charged like the case.
All right, I tell you what,
Okay,
I'm going to defer to Judge Crimmers.
So you were you were charged. The case went to court, and on the day of trial, she didn't show up, and that's why the case was dismissed. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you're saying you weren't charged, I think maybe what you're trying to say is you've never been convicted of assaulting her. Is that right?
I've never assaulted her.
I understand, but you've
I
never
understand. I understand what you're saying. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, because you've had like 3 cases that were charged, but she didn't show up in court, and that's why the cases were dismissed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. House from the board? No? Okay, I think that covers it then. Thank you very much, Mr. House. Appreciate your time this morning and
thank you.
Your story with us. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Next we have Angel Garcia. Mr. Garcia, I believe I saw you in the Zoom with us. There we go.
Hello.
We'll turn
Hi,
it over.
First I just want to thank you guys. My name's Angel Garcia, 32 years old. I'm a father of 3. The case I'm seeking a pardon for is 1 count of felony possession of THC with intent to deliver and with use of a dangerous weapon. So this happened in 2014, March, right before my first daughter was born. Back then I was 21 years old. I was very young. I was thinking a lot differently than I do now. I was a totally different person. So, and there was a lot going on in my life at that time. I was basically battling through depression at that time. So, there was a few years there where I was making bad decisions, bad choices. This was basically the start. Was like a wake-up call for me. Right after that, my oldest child was born, my daughter was born. So those 2 events right there, 2 of the biggest events, game changers in my life. And yeah, it just made me become a totally different person. So I've been since then, so I was sentenced to 3 years probation, 60 days in jail, 1 year stayed. I completed the 60 days with Huber. The 3 years probation, I completed that early, almost a year early with the recommendation of the probation officer. And then the judge had to approve that. Paid all my fees for probation. While I was court ordered to do an AODA, did that. They found that, I was not an addict. Also, I did talk therapy, which also helped me out, sent me on a kind of kickstarted a self-improvement journey that I'm still on every day. And then also I do coaching for my kids. They play all types of sports. They play soccer, football, baseball. I've coached almost every one of their sports, with the YMCA, with the Boys and Girls Club, locally. So I do a lot of coaching. That I enjoy that because I get to do that with my children and also be a good influence for other kids, their friends and stuff like that. So now I'm just, like I said, this helped me just become a much better person, a much different person than I was back then. I went on to now I describe this incident as a blessing in disguise because, you know, when I went to jail, I met a guy in there that told me about this program to get into the trades, and I always knew I wanted to get into the trades. So he told me about this pre-apprenticeship program that I ended up doing as soon as I got out, and then that led me to the apprenticeship for a union electrician, which I completed that. Did 5 years of the apprenticeship. So I'm an electrician. I also got my real estate salesperson's license. So I'm a realtor. Recently just got my student pilot certificate. So that's my ultimate goal of becoming a commercial airline pilot. So that goes into question 3 of why I would like a pardon, and because typically the commercial airlines would not hire felons. So like I said, I know I'm just starting that pilot career, but I did get my student pilot certificate, working towards my private pilot certificate, and ultimately towards commercial airline pilot. And this felony on my record does hinder me from that. It's also hindered me from, I've applied to be a insurance salesperson. They denied me due to my background. Things like Amazon Flex, DoorDash, those kind of odd end jobs that you can do in your free time, though they deny me for my background. You know, so I'm just trying to, you know, I feel like I've paid my debt. It's been a long time. I haven't been in any other trouble. You know, I got off early, off my probation, and did everything I was supposed to do and stayed out of trouble. And I'm committed to continue that, you know, especially if I get this second chance and this freedom from this, you know, this brace that's on me. I feel like it's stuck on me, and it is embarrassing. And you never know when you're gonna pass, and I don't really want to die with the felon label on me. I feel like that'd be embarrassing for my kids and my family and myself, honestly. So yeah, that's why I feel like I deserve one and why I'm asking for one today. So thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you. Question, Cindy.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Garcia. I have 2 questions. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently a registered electrician still, and a licensed real estate agent. So right now I'm working with the broker for the realtor was Lake Breeze Realty. And the electrician, I'm working right now. I was with Electrical Systems, not with them anymore because I stopped the union for a little while to pursue the real estate license. So now I got back into the electrical field just recently this year, and I'm partnered with Ward Electric. He's a contractor in Racine right now, so it's not technically employed, but it's yeah, working with them. So also, like I said, still working towards towards the pilot program, pilot certificate.
Okay. My second question, and you've heard me ask a couple of other applicants this, as part of the process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application for the pardon. You didn't submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
Correct. Because I feel like I got into this by myself. You know, I'm the one that got myself in trouble, nobody else. So I wanted to stand on my own, you know, take full accountability, responsibility, got myself into it. I wanted to get myself out of it. But I understand it was encouraged. I just felt like, you know, I needed to do this on my own.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Garcia? All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Garcia. Appreciate you being with us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
All right. Thanks, you guys too. Bye.
Thank you. All right. Our next applicant is Charles Robertson. Mr. Robertson, before I turn it over to you, I just want to remind everyone, I know there's a lot to say. We do have your full application, so please try to keep it to 3 minutes when you're answering those first questions so we can make sure that we get to any board questions that folks may have. So Mr. Robertson, are you with us in the Zoom? All right, we will come back to Mr. Robertson. Kenya Green is next. Ms. Green, I believe I saw you. Ms. Green, I see you in the Zoom. Could you unmute and turn on your camera for us, please? There we go.
Can you hear me?
We can. Excellent.
All right. How you guys doing this morning? My name is Kenya Green, and I'm here to ask Mr. Evers and all you beautiful guys for a pardon today. I moved here in 2001, and I'm from Greenwood, Mississippi. A couple of months later, I met a friend, and I was dating this friend, and eventually it became abusive. So in 2001, in September, I was charged with intent to deliver cocaine and possession. In that moment, I was being abused, and they came in with a no-knock search warrant, and I was just visiting. Honestly, I didn't even know who the people was. He was just over there, and I was over there trying to braid his hair. And when the police came in, he was giving me 4 little baggies, and he told me to hold them, but the police had already came in. When they came in, I had them, so they was in my possession, and they was bagged up into 4 little baggies, so that made it with like intent to deliver. I honestly didn't know anything about anything that was going on over there. I was over there visiting a friend, but my stupid self should have been known that, because he usually don't even let me come over there, but my stupid self went over there anyway. So I take full responsibility for my actions on that part, because I didn't have no business. So I didn't even have no business day, and I came up here from Mississippi, population of probably 2,000, Greenwood, to go to school, and I'm out here trying to date and make new friends when I should have been focused on school and trying to further myself into an education or something like that. But eventually I got caught up in that little ring of what they had going on, and I was charged with that. I did some anger management classes and some drug classes for that, and I really actually appreciate it, because it got me hooked on to other venues of like help, of mental help and stuff like that, from me being abused, and I was running from Mississippi and everything like that. So, and so after I did my probation, I got 3 years probation for that. After I did my probation and things like that, I found out I was pregnant with my daughter. And after my daughter was born, I was still being like verbally abused and still like mentally abused and stuff like that by her dad and stuff like that. So I just fell into despair, and I just didn't know what to do anymore. So I ended up getting pregnant again 2 more times. So that now I got 3 kids, and it was just like, I didn't know what to do. So I started working at Culver's, and so in 2007, I met one of my friends, one of his nieces had hooked me up with one of their friends. So told me I can be, they want to be friends with me. I was lonely. I didn't have nobody. I had a abusive kid's father, and I just needed somebody to talk to and be with, and without, I just wanted to feel like somebody. And so I started hanging out with him, and I got him a job at Culver's with me. He was a good friend for a while, but then one day we was at Culver's getting ready to go home, and he told me to grab his purse. And I grabbed his purse because he usually wear purses to work and stuff like that. I'm thinking it is his purse, and it turned out not to be his purse. It turned out to be an old lady purse with her medicines and stuff in it. And I ended up finding out after the fact, because when he said he was taking me to get my nails done, we was gonna go and eat and just promising me all these promises. Basically, I was just dumb and just needed somebody to be with and find somebody to trust, and that definitely wasn't the person to trust or anything like that. Like, I just fell in more and more trouble and more despair. So while I was in jail and thinking about my kids, somebody else had my kids. The dad didn't even have the kids. So I'm in jail thinking about where's my kids at. So now I'm like, oh my God. So now I get out of jail, I get my kids. I got three years probation for that. And 10 days I had to turn myself in away from my kids again. So after I got out of there, I just left him completely alone. Friends, who needs them? I don't need no friends. I needed to come here and find myself, and then I ended up finding no good friends. So that wasn't a big help for me. So now what I'm doing now these days is I'm going to school for digital marketing. I improved my life for my kids. I got 3 beautiful kids. I got 2 with disabilities, 2 mental health disabilities that I'm dealing with right now today, trying to get them on the right track so they don't fall. And because I've been getting help with mental disabilities, with my mental disability also. So I just been getting help. And everybody in my household been getting help, and we just been getting help. Like I said, I've been going to school. My daughters go to school. They're 18. I got a 19, 22-year-old and a 20-year-old. All of them in school. My son work at Hy-Vee in Janesville, and we just trying to get past all the stress I caused them as kids, being away from them, letting them see the abuse, mental and physical abuse that their dad sent me through and put me through, and it caused a big thing on them. And I just don't want them to ever go through any of that ever again. So I just been fixing my kids, trying to get us together, trying to get my life together, being homeless by myself, no help, no nothing. All of that just taught me a lesson I need to improve who I am mentally, spiritually, physically. I just needed to improve me. And so that's what I did. I went to school. I'm graduating with honors right now. I'm a digital marketer. I graduated in May. I can graduate in December. I got all my credits. I just need one more capstone credit for my digital marketing program. I work for the UW. I've been there for 20 years, which I'm so proud of. I just got my 15-year PN. The first 5 years I volunteered and did set up and move chairs and for students and custodial work. I'm still a custodian right now. I'm actually a lead custodian for the UW. I work for the Discovery Building, and I love it. I love it. I've been there for 20 years, so I love it. They have always had my back at the UW. I have my doctors, my case managers. I got great case managers. I just got a new case manager. She's awesome. My kids got case managers. They come visit us. They come see us and everything. And what this partner would do for me is help me with housing for my kids, better housing. I want to get a digital marketing job, better digital marketing job, where they don't got to look at my background and say, oh, you did this and that. And that's just not who I am. It wasn't who I was then. It is not who I am now. And I just want to take responsibility of being just stupid. Just coming from the country and not understanding that the country is not the city at all, period. It ain't nowhere near it. I'm never, like when I first got here, I was just amazed and shocked because I've never seen anything like this before. And I just lost my mind. I just lost my mind. I forgot who I was. I forgot where I came from, you know, not having no parents and stuff like that. I just what's best for my kids now. That's why I'm in their corners right now. I ain't left my kids. My mama left me, you know.
Green, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure that we get to any other questions that the board has for you.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think you did a great job covering those first 3 questions. I just want to see if there's anything else. Board
sorry
members,
about that. I'm so sorry.
You're totally fine. Reverend Hancock, question?
Ms. Green, the judge in Madison here who reviewed your case supports your application. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great. He had a conversation with me. I remember that judge, Mr. Frost, or it's either Mr. I remember both of my judges, and they were awesome. They understood that I just didn't know any better. And I appreciate them so much. I love them so much for even thinking about me. I appreciate you guys for even listening to me. I'm sorry I went over. I just
no, that's fine. Thank you very much, Ms. Green. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're fine. Any other questions from the board? No. Okay. Thanks so much, Ms. Green. Really appreciate you sharing your story with us this morning, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Sorry again for going over.
You're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and I believe we have Mr. Robertson in the Zoom now, at least by phone. Mr. Robertson, we'll turn it over to you.
I'm all right.
Good morning.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Are you?
Oh, okay.
Do you have the questions we've asked you to answer in front of you, or would you like me to repeat them?
Could you repeat them, please?
Absolutely. So we'll just ask you to spend 3 minutes speaking to these, okay? And then we might have some more questions for you. The first is,
okay.
Tell us about the offense that you're seeking a pardon for today and your sentence and how that went. Second, what you've done since then, any jobs you've had, community involvement, how your life is different now. And then third, why you're seeking a pardon.
Okay. Well, the sentence was carrying a concealed weapon. I was young, and if you look up my record now, that's the last time I've been in prison. So I've been free for going on 20-something years. And I held down a job for over 15 years after that. So, I mean, I just feel as though it's kind of like, how can I say? It's kind of like scary out here at times, you know, the way these young kids is now. And I just needed a pardon.
For Mr. Robertson, we'll open up to questions from the board. Do folks have questions for Mr. Robertson? Cindy?
Yeah. Mr. Robinson, we show that you have several felony convictions. One was for possession of cocaine in a jail booking room. The other was you sold cocaine to an undercover police officer and you were found guilty of manufacturing delivery of cocaine.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't talk about that at all. So what were those offenses and why?
I was, how can I say? I was dumb, trying to get the fast money, not knowing what I was doing. And then once I was caught and I sat down and I thought about what I did, I changed my life over.
Okay, are you currently employed?
I got laid off, but I'm out here looking for another job as we speak.
Okay. And you may have heard, if you were on you may have heard me ask other applicants this, but as part of the application process, people are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you did not submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Because I was like in a bind and I was trying to get that did at the same time. I was doing a whole lot of stuff, and it's just I totally forgot. I was having help doing it, and I guess we both forgot. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Reverend Hancock, question?
Mr. Robertson, the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application. The final decision, of course, will be up to Governor Evers, but the Milwaukee County DA's office supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel excited and great.
Good, thank you.
That I can actually get a second chance.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Other questions for Mr. Robertson? No? All right. Thank you, Mr. Robertson. That covers it for us. Thank you for your time this morning.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate y'all very much.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Edward Wright. Mr. Wright, we're ready to hear from you. You're still muted, Mr. Wright.
Can you hear?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, let me see. Okay. Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yep. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
Okay, good morning. My name is Edward Wright. And I appreciate the opportunity to be at this stage now to get a pardon for my name. Excuse my features. I'm getting dental implants. I just had a bone infringement, so excuse my features. I'm in the process of getting my implants done. So I'm seeking a pardon because I don't feel privileged for this pardon. I'm very excited. I appreciate it, but I feel like I've earned it. I'm seeking a pardon. I believe it was a 97 conviction that I probably forgot to put on my application. And I found that out through the children's court because I'm trying to get my foster license. A 2000 keeper of a drug, a 2000 conviction with keeper of a drug house, possession of a short barrel shotgun, and possession of marijuana. 2005 or 6, I believe, felon in possession of a firearm. And I take full accountability for my actions. You know, as youngsters, I don't want it. You know, as youngsters, we know we doing wrong. I knew I was doing wrong. I knew it was the wrong, a wrong thing to do, but it was a very poor decision. At a young age, 20, 21, 19, 20, 21, very young. And I also have a speech impairment, so please bear with me. But as a young adult, we make poor decisions. Ain't no ands, ifs, no gray areas. We make poor decisions as young adults. And now as an older adult, I wish I can go back. I wish I can go back and redo them. And redo my decisions. But since my convictions, in which I pleaded guilty to to all of them, I took full responsibility, accountability. Since my convictions, I have done I have maintained employment. I no longer use alcohol. I no longer use marijuana. And I've done things in the community like since 2014, me and some family members started this thing where we it's every third week of July. We get garbage bags, we get our own tools at our expense, and we go to lawnmowers, things like that, and we go to certain neighborhoods, cutting people grass. We clean up, we pick up the garbage. I'm now employed with the Milwaukee County Transit System. It'll be a year on the 27th of November. And I now own my home. I have custody. I have 4 grandchildren in which I have custody of one. I'm in the process of getting my foster license. And And this pardon would mean the world to me because I worked hard for it. I had, even eliminated some family members and I eliminated some friends because, they still going down the wrong path. I have talking to the younger generation. I still talk to them today, while I'm driving the bus. I see these these young guys, boys and girls, getting on there, and I can tell by their conversations they're headed down the wrong path. So I try to talk to them as I do my grandkids. And my younger cousins. I try to talk to them and let them know that this, it's the wrong path to go down. Selling drugs, being in prison, being in jail. I have done that. I've been there and I've done that, and it's the wrong path. And it's I'm a whole. And now at the age of 48 years old, believe me, I've learned my lesson, and this felon would mean so much to me because there are more things I want to do in life. It's so many things I want to do in life. I want to be a fireman. I have 2 grandsons that just love firemen. And for them to see me as a fireman, it would mean the world to them. I now, like I was saying earlier, I now have this packet right here for my foster, to become a foster parent. I'm sorry, I can't hear you guys. Can you hear me?
No, sorry, we can. Someone just sneezed. You're good. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So yes, this is my packet from the Children Community Court to be a foster parent. I'm excited about this opportunity as well. And like I said, the same community that as a younger guy that I was taking part in ruining, as a much older guy, I'm trying to fix that, by giving back to the community, and helping the homeless people out. Again, like I said, I'm employed through the Irish program. I have clients that I take care of in my free time, in which I had one client to pass away on me, and I'm also employed by the Milwaukee County Transit System. And so right now my life is going everything is going well right now, and I'm fighting and doing everything I can to keep it to keep it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I just want to see if any of our board members have additional questions for you. You covered a lot today and you covered a lot in your application, but Judge Kremers, looks like you have a question.
I got a couple of questions, sir. When did you get off paper?
I got off probation. I want to say in 2014. Okay. My probation went successfully. I did good on my final stint of probation for possession of marijuana, and I did good on my paper, on my probation, and my probation visits got down to one to phone call once a month. Never dropped a dirty UA. I was done with all that. When you do good on paper, like I wasn't a high risk. Sir, so like I said,
I just wanted to know when you got off paper. That's all. And you answered that question. My other question is, it looks like you posted a picture of a Glock and made a comment about got to keep that stick, referring to the Glock. And you posted a picture.
No,
of you with a firearm.
No, I don't have any firearms.
Did you post a picture of one on your lap or someone's lap, and say that got to keep that stick, rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6?
No. What was that posted on?
Facebook.
No, that wasn't me.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Wright? All right, I think that covers it then. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Wright, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next applicant is Steve Mai. Mr. Mai, I believe I saw you in the Zoom.
Hello?
There we go.
Hi. Hi, my name is Steve Mai. I would like to thank the Pardon Advisory Board for the opportunity to have this hearing. On February 15th, 2001, in the city of Milwaukee, I was a party to a burglary with two other people. We broke into an underground parking lot for an apartment building and stole various things from people's cars. I was arrested on the 17th, February 17th, 2001, for my part in this crime. I was sentenced on August 27th, 2001 to 24 months prison, stayed for 3 years of probation and 40 days in Hubert. My sentence was completed on December 21st, 2004, and it was satisfactorily discharged. Since completing my sentence, in 2009, I started a business with my business partner where we've received many accolades, such as Best Food Truck in the US, among many others. Over the years, through my business, I've worked with a lot of nonprofits, with fundraising events for cancer, different schools, and animal wellness. Since 2018, we've worked with the Milwaukee Police Department on their annual National Night Out community event. That's a really fun event. In 2001, my now wife and I were married. Together we have our three children. Two are 3.5 and one is 1.5. I respect and understand that I'm not entitled to a pardon. With that said, for the last 23 years, I have regretted my bad decisions that I made that night. I invaded the privacy and security of those people's spaces and property. Regardless if it was peer pressure, being young and dumb, or trying to fit in, I made the wrong choices, and I've lived with that since then. There's two main reasons why I'm seeking a pardon. The first is in regards to my children. My twins just started 3K in September. I've now come to realize that if I want to volunteer any of my time in the school, they will do a background check, as they should. And the second is in regards with my business. In the past, I believe my business has been denied opportunities for partnerships, expansion, and reality TV appearances due to my record. In the future, my business partner and I have been considering many options for growth, from moving into a brick and mortar space, partnering with already established pizza restaurants, and even selling my business. Any of which of those would require some sort of application or background check, where I will have to answer for my record. With a pardon also on my record, I hope that any future investor or business partner, employer, or school will see that in a way I have completed my rehabilitation. I'm grateful for your time. I'm prepared to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mai. I appreciate it. Any questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
A couple. I read in your application that one of the detrimental effects of your conviction was that you and your partner didn't get on Shark Tank.
Well, we have no definitive evidence of that.
Okay.
But it was, like throughout the process and the emailing back and forth, one of their questions was, is there anything that you or your business partners have done that would look bad on the company? I'm assuming by putting us on. And so once we kind of answered that, the communication just stopped. So we assumed that.
Well, very briefly, what would your pitch have been on Shark Tank?
I mean, we didn't really
very briefly, Mr. Mai.
I mean, so it's a pizza truck, and it could have been an expansion in the sense of like getting into grocery stores or something of that nature. Just because at the time our name was so popular, our brand was so popular that we feel that we could have, if we had enough fuel to throw on that fire, we could have expanded pretty fast.
Well, thank you. I think it's safe to say this is a different audience than Shark Tank. There are no investors on this group. The other thing I want to ask you about is that the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application and they support your application. Now, the final decision will be up to the governor. But how does that support make you feel?
That's great, because at the time I remember the district attorney, I felt like she kind of had it out for me. And to hear that I'm assuming it's a different district attorney now. But to go back and read it and see that, you know, that they feel that I'm a contributing member of society is great.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Mai? No, all right, I think that covers it. Thank you very much for your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last applicant of the morning session is Michael Sylvester. Mr. Sylvester, we are ready to hear from you.
You should be up. There you go.
Hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. So in the 90s, I was convicted of a felony burglary in Sparta. It was me and a group of individuals that were making bad choices that night. The dwelling was entered and there some property damage. It's been over 30 years now. I served 11 months. Paid my restitution. Probation went off without a hitch. Was discharged in 96. After the fact, I met my wife. We have 2 boys, high honors in high school and graduated. The judge that did my sentencing also married my wife and I and congratulated me on turning my life around. Sorry. Nothing in over 34 years. I take responsibility for everything. It's really rough. But yeah. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Sylvester? Looks like none. I think your application covered it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, guys.
Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day.
Yep, you too.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Sylvester is our last applicant of the morning session. We will be back live on Zoom in the afternoon, but at this time I'll entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, specific applications, and for the purposes of considering specific financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Seconds. Cindy seconds. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Aye. All right, we are now in closed session, and I will ask board members to just give us a moment to make sure we stop the live stream and get everyone back to the waiting room who needs to be. All right, we've got Jeff back. Did our live stream stop? Good afternoon, everyone. As you're joining us, just ask you to be patient for a minute while we get everybody in from the waiting room and connected to the Zoom. It looks like we've got most folks in, so we'll just wait until we can make sure our live stream is working and then we will get started. Excellent. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm the governor's chief legal counsel and chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce the rest of my board members and we'll go through some housekeeping just about what to expect with this afternoon's hearing before we get started hearing from all of you. Let's start with some introductions. With us on the Zoom today is board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We also have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. And we have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And finally, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is attorney Josh Call's appointee to this board. He served as Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. So those are our board members today. I will go through a little bit of housekeeping for how the hearing will go, and then we will dive in. First things first, I'll ask everybody to remember that today's hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and via Zoom on YouTube. So we'll ask you to mute yourselves and keep your camera off until it is your turn to be heard by the board so that we can hear everybody and focus on the person who is presenting at the moment. If you run into any IT issues with Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from my team will reach out to you and troubleshoot. We'll get it all sorted out so that you can be heard today. We will call folks up in the order listed on the agenda and the open meetings notice. And then each person will have 5 minutes with the board this afternoon. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes answering the questions that were sent to you in advance. And once those are done, we will open it up to board members for any additional questions that folks may have for you. Don't read too much into it. If people do have questions or don't, we've reviewed all of your written application materials in a lot of detail. So sometimes everything is just covered there. But if folks have questions, it's important that we get to them so that everyone can make an informed recommendation to the governor. So I'll run through a brief reminder of those 3 questions that you were sent in advance that will ask you to spend the first 3 minutes of your time with the board speaking to. First, we'll ask you to give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since, any employment, community involvement, basically how your life is different now than at the time of your offense. And then third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. And again, if there are other questions from the board, we'll open that up and use kind of the last 2 minutes of your time for that purpose. Once we're done asking you questions, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once we've heard from everyone this afternoon, the board will move into closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need majority support of board members present in order for your application to be sent on to the governor, and then he will make the final decision to grant you a pardon or not. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month or a month and a half. So we'll ask you to just be a little bit more patient. Even though the application process has been long, that will be the final step. So you won't get an answer on your application today. We will now open things up and call our first applicant of the afternoon, which is Benjamin Aderman. Mr. Aderman, we are ready to hear from you.
You hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet.
Okay. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. My name is Benjamin Aderman. When I was 17 years old, I was involved in forgery and uttering of my father's checks. I was involved with my girlfriend at the time. I think it totaled somewhere around $1,000 at a couple of stores. I didn't forge a document. I was the one that passed them off as genuine. Few stores between Wapak and Outagamie County, so both the counts on here are actually pretty much the same offense. So far as the sentence, I had my 30 days, couple years on paper. The next few years, I Didn't exactly have a squeaky clean record. Most of it was due to unpaid fines, a lot of seatbelt fines. I had a very, very bad case of I was not able to manage my funds properly. I never learned how to budget properly. So when I thought I had funds there, I didn't. So I had several bad checks. Nothing malicious. I was just not very intelligent. I was not good with money. 2012, my girlfriend at the time told me she was pregnant. Got married at that time frame. We're still together 12 years later. Had a child right away who wound up being autistic. We're looking to adopt. Bought my house in that time frame. Started out at a factory that went really low pay. After a couple of years, I'd earned my GED, got into the next factory, where I remained there for 9 years. I joined the fire department in 2018 here after talking with the chief. I dedicated the next several years into education. I have numerous certifications in firefighting. This goes right up with instructor, which I was denied being able to teach a class because of my felony. Long story short, I go into, or after 9 years, I saw an opportunity to go into the job that I'm in now. I applied for it. I work for Canadian National Railroad. I am a conductor. I've been there for a year and a half. I really enjoy it. 6-figure income. If I need money, I just talk to the bank for anything, and they have no problems loaning me. Everything gets paid on full on time. Main reason I'm looking to get a pardon is I'm tired of having the felony over the top or over my head. I have several members of my community that want me to actually, they want me to run to be alderman for the city council, which I can't do because of the the felony. You have to excuse me, my anxiety is quite high. I wanted to actually go up to paramedic, but I can't do the clinicals in a hospital situation. I did go on to being a first responder. I was about to go up to EMT, but then I wound up getting into this job. I'm pretty much after this year going to be done with the fire department because I can't make calls. I can't meet the criteria to stay on it. But, this is something I did when I was 17. I know I had a couple hiccups in there. I wound up living in the South for a couple of years, which is why you see a charge in my background from Tennessee. And that one boiled down to, inability to take manage my funds. I'm sure that's a question that's going to come up. That was a rent check that ended up bouncing, and I did not have the extra cash to cover it before it went to the police department. So that's where that charge came in. So I've never been a bad guy. I've never had anything violent on my background. I've never had anything drug related, never had a DUI. It's just stupidity of my youth. I didn't get my head out of my backside until I was 30.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
what question do you have for me?
Let's find out. Board members, questions for Mr. Aderman? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Aderman, your dad has passed away, correct?
That is correct. He drank himself to death a few years back.
Well, how did you and your dad work out the forgery stuff?
My father and I have forgave each other for most things that we have done to each other. What boiled down to the only thing we couldn't forgive was he kept me from my grandparents. And when my grandfather had passed was the day my wife went into labor, premature, because my wife sat on bed rest in Theta Clark for 3 months before having our child. And I had to make a decision, and my father never forgave me for the decision. So those were the only two things my father and I never forgave each other for.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Aderman. I appreciate you sharing everything with us and hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
All right, you have a good afternoon and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Miss Jones, who I believe I saw in the Zoom as well. Miss Jones, if you're able to turn on your camera, we're ready to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, can you see me?
Perfectly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Quavana Jones, and I want to first thank everyone for allowing me to be here in this meeting. I want to also thank you for taking the time to read over my application. And I just want everyone to know that I'm grateful for today. I'm very nervous, so I have a little anxiety going on. But first, I do want to explain the crimes that I am seeking a pardon for. Forgive me if I don't remember everything. It's been a long time. I'm almost an old woman now, but I believe the first one was in 1997, which was a possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver. And I do remember a lot about that. I do remember a lot about that time in my life. I believe I was 20 years old then. And at that time, I had 4 children. And the only thing that I had learned up until that point was to try to take care of my family however I could. And sadly, I didn't know that there were other options for me with having 4 children. I don't believe I had the guidance that a young woman should have had. So I made foolish decisions on my own, and I paid the price for it. I really did. Going to prison, I did go to prison. I received a 5-year sentence. I did go to prison for that. And what I remember is that was one of the most roughest, horriblest times in my life, being away from my children. I didn't really understand how much my children meant to me at the time and how much I meant to my children at the time. They were very young, and I was thankful to have my mother who was supportive enough to care for them, but it was still a really rough time for me. The second crime was after prison, and I have to say that I guess I still had the urge to say to myself, I just have to do what I can to take care of my children. This was in 2001, which was a felony theft. And that was very foolish when I really think about it, because that was actually a decision that I made to say, oh yes, I'm going to do this. And I was still on parole for the first crime. So I did receive a small sentence for that. And then after that, I think it may have taken about 5 or 6 years for me to really, to be in a different environment, to be mentally in a different state of mind. I was able to see some things. I was able to be around people that were successful. I did get an opportunity to get a really good job where I worked out in the community, and I worked with women that were victims of domestic violence. And I believe that really helped me to look at things and to look at my life and to see that I am not a bad person and I can do better for myself. And I believe that was a very pivotal time in my life where I really started to change and turn things around. My children were getting older, and I believe that I needed to set a better example for them. And so that's what I started to do. And since that time, I went to college. I have a bachelor's degree in human services. I have a master's degree in public administration. I have a master's degree in entrepreneurship. I've done a lot. I've had a lot of accomplishments, and these were things that I put on my list of things to do to beat myself, because initially when I was a young girl, I didn't think that I could do anything that would be considered an accomplishment. So then I began to be on this road of just accomplishing everything that I had in my mind. And that's what I've been doing ever since. And I've just been running and running. And I had came into some health issues, which I thought that was devastating. But I overcame that, and I actually overcame all of it during the time I was on dialysis. I was still in school. And I guess I have to say this showed me how determined I was, because during the dialysis, I would go to dialysis with a bag with 2 laptops and books for school, and they would look at me and say, "Miss Jones, what are you doing?" Everybody's watching TV or they're sleeping, and I'm sitting here on the dialysis machine and I have 2 laptops going, and I'm like, I'm in school, I have to finish. This was my final semester, and I was determined. And I completed it during dialysis, and they were just in awe, and I was in awe of myself. But I knew that I could, as long as I stayed focused and determined, and that's what I've been doing. So having a pardon for me, it would mean a lot. It would be another accomplishment for me. It's something that is on my list of things to accomplish. And it would mean a lot to my children, because they believe I deserve it. I believe I deserve it. And they look up to me. I've also had the opportunity to speak with children who need direction and who just need a listening ear, and I've been able to do that. However, having the felonies has stopped me from being able to be employed at schools. I did try before, was actually hired, but once the background came back, it was like a no-go. It hasn't stopped me from speaking with children. They come to me, they ask me questions, they talk to me and tell me things maybe they can't speak with anyone else about, and I'm happy to do that. I feel that our children, the children in the world, they need direction, and all the time they don't feel like they can get it from their parents. So I think I've been a person that they have been comfortable enough to open up to, and I appreciate that. So having a pardon for me, it would just be a great accomplishment. Yes, it would be a great accomplishment for me.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Any questions from the board for Ms. Jones? Cindy?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. It looks like in 2007 you had an obstructing charge. Can you tell us what happened there?
Obstructing charge. Let me remember. In 2007. Yes, I do remember that. That was a situation. Actually, it's very long and complicated, so I'm going to try to shorten it up.
Thank you.
It was December 31st, going into the new year. I'm not one to go out and party. I really never have been. So I was at home with my children and my children's father, who I was with at the time. And we got a phone call that a relative was in trouble and that we needed to come and see what was going on. And so we left the house prior to midnight, and we get to a scene, and there looked to be some arguing among some men. And I was sitting in my car, and before my eyes, I see one of the guys that was with me, which was the cousin of my children's father. He shot someone. I didn't know who the guy was, but he shot him. And I'm looking and I see this with my own eyes. And the guy he died. And before I know it, he jumps back in my car, and my kid's father jumped in the car, and they're like, pull off. And I'm in shock. And so I leave and I go home, and they take my car, and I'm just in shock because I've never saw anything like this in my life. And eventually, a couple of days later, I was taken into custody as initially party to a crime of a homicide. And initially I was so scared because I actually didn't know what the situation is about. I didn't know why he shot the guy, but I did lie because I already knew I was like, I'm a felon. I can't be in trouble. I haven't gotten in trouble. And I lied initially. And at the end of so they were going to charge me with these felonies and everything until they said, well, Ms. Jones, you did lie, so we're going to charge you with obstruction. And I said, I can take that because I know, I admitted I did lie because I was scared for myself. So that's what that charge stems from.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Reverend Ham.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Jones. The judge in Milwaukee County and the district attorney in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon. Now it'll be up to the governor, but the judge and the DA support your application. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel good. It makes me feel good because on my application, I didn't try to be so lengthy. I tried to be as transparent as possible with the space that I had. And I believe that the things that I did say, I believe that if anyone read those things, they could see me. And so it pleases me that they have signed off for that. And it makes me feel good.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Cremers, did you also have a question?
Yeah, I do. So last year on your Facebook post, you posted a picture of you in the driveway in front of a car, standing with a guy with a gun.
That is my son, my younger son.
Your son, does he live with you?
No, he does not. He lives in South Dakota. And I think that may have been a repost. That was a few years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Jones? All right. Thank you, Ms. Jones. I think that covers it. Appreciate your time and you sharing with us today, and hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Chartrand. Mr. Chartrand, are you with us in the Zoom? Looks like you're trying to unmute. It hasn't quite worked. There we go.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm requesting a pardon because I am not proud of my past and my past behavior, and I fully intend to stay on the right path forward. I have had no issues with the law, neither before the incident nor since after. I have been continually employed since my release. I am going to church regularly, and I am involved with the car club, snowmobile club, locally clubs. I acknowledge that my behavior was criminal in the past, and I have now become a new person. I now have a fiance that has a great understanding of my past and is also hoping that I may receive a pardon. And this blemish on my past, otherwise clean record, is currently hindering my promotion opportunities and other upper level job management opportunities. I'm trying to advance in my job right now, and it's hindering me from becoming more successful in shift leader, crew leader, pays a lot more money, and I'd like to move up in my job, but this past is kind of haunting me. And I was convicted for driving I partied. I was involved with the storage units, the crimes with the storage units, but I told them that I would never steal anything or break in anything. I was the driver for them, so I got in trouble for that. I don't know what else to say in this, and sorry, I am at a local McDonald's because my house does not get reception, so this is the best I could do, and I apologize for that. So hopefully that doesn't hurt me. But anyways, I'm just trying to do better in my life, and I own my own house. I own several vehicles, and I'm just trying to be a better person for my family and advance up into getting a better job. If I can't move up into the place I'm at, I would like to try to get a job at a propane place, but they hinder people for having felonies, and I can't get a job there, or I can't get a job at the local newspaper route or federal newspaper or UPS because they hinder people for trying to get jobs there too because they don't like felonies and stuff. So I'm just trying to better myself, and I don't know what else to say. So I'm just going to turn it over to you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mr. Chartrand. Let's see if the board has any questions for you. Judge Crumbs.
Good afternoon, sir. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying about your involvement in these crimes. Are you saying that you didn't know the truck was stolen and your first one, and that you didn't go into any of the storage facilities themselves? You just drove there? Is that what your position is?
So this is the story. I was hanging around the wrong people, and they were going and breaking into places, stealing stuff, storage units, and they stole that truck. I was just a driver for them. I told them I would not steal anything for them. I told them I would not break into anybody's places. I would just drive for you. And like I said, I am not proud of what I did in the past, and I'm trying to move forward.
But when they broke into 19 different storage units, you didn't take part in any of that?
No, I did not. I was just the driver for them. I did not go in and steal nothing.
Okay, you understand that several of your co-defendants all said you were equally involved in terms of going in.
That's what they said. You know, I didn't have a lawyer. I didn't have enough for a lawyer to actually go to a jury and, you know, go forward. I had to hire a public defender, and I couldn't defend myself. And he said, well, you might as well take this because you're looking at 234 years in prison. So that kind of scared me. So I didn't know what to do. And no, I'm telling you right now, I did not steal anything. I did not enter anybody's property. I was driving the vehicle that they wanted me to drive.
You didn't know?
And I admit to that. No, they did steal it.
But did
they
you
told
know
me they stole it? They
So
told
you
me
knew-
they stole it.
You knew it was stolen?
Yes, not right away, but they told me that they stole it. And I did 5 years prison time straight.
Okay.
I tried writing all the letters that apologies to the people I wronged, and I did as much as I could, but
okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Chartrand? Reverend Hancock.
Sir, it's just fine you're at McDonald's. We are so happy we can be with people wherever they can appear. So that's just great. When you commit a crime sometimes and you hurt someone, they can sue you. In addition to their criminal stuff, they can sue you. And the record shows that you owe $10,000 to one of the victims.
That was paid off already. I was hindered from buying a house, and I could not buy a house until I paid that person off. I literally paid that person off, and then I bought a house because that was hindering me from buying a home. I paid that person.
When, do you know when you paid it?
2016. In 2016, I paid the money to the people that I wronged, and it was in Marinette where I did this, and I could not buy the house unless I got the money for them, and then go forward with buying my house.
Okay. And the judge who reviewed your pardon application supports your getting a pardon. Now, it'll be up to the governor to decide, but how does that support make you feel?
It actually makes me kind of happy because me and my girl want to start a family, and she's kind of thinking, if she doesn't really know me closely, and I would like to start a family with her. And if this shows something towards something good, then it'll be able to help me further with my family, I guess.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Chartrand. Really appreciate you sharing all that with us, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sherry Bond. Ms. Bond, I believe I saw you Zoom. Hello.
Hi.
Your video is just a little blurry.
Okay, can you see me
there we
now?
go. Yeah, I think.
Trying to get out the sun, so how's that?
Perfect. There you go.
All righty. Can you see me clear now?
Yes.
Great. Okay, hi. Hi, my name is Sherry Vaughn. I'm 58 years old. This is my second time to the board. The first time I got my pardon, which was in September 23rd of 2022, and I thank the board for that. The governor for allowing me to have a pardon. So when we did the pardon, I thought that all of my criminal activities would be eliminated from my record, and that wasn't the case. I called my attorney. I said, hey, I really want to become a nurse, and get these realtor license. And what do you think about that? And he said, well, you're going to have to go back to the board because we didn't ask for everything, ask for all of the felonies to get taken off of your record. So that created a problem with me. I started my crimes back in 1989 due to drugs, death in my family, which was my father, and I didn't know how to deal with it. Drugs and alcohol played a very big part in my life. Had a son at the age of 15 and just didn't know how to cope with life. And I turned to drugs and alcohol, unfortunately. And it was a crime that lasted 15 years. And after I think what really turned my life around was when my mom died in 2002. I went to prison in 1999. I think I got out in 2000. And my mom passed away in 2002, and that was my turning point. I promised her in hospice that I'll never go back to prison or to jail. And I kept up to my promise. In June 10th of 2010, my brother was mixed. He had affiliations with Mexican cartel, and I had owned it a group home, J-Bass Transitional Center, and federal officers came in there. They accused my facility of a HUD, and that wasn't the case. After my case was dismissed back in August 22nd of 2011, I had called the news reporter so that he could retract the information that he had put against Sherry Bond and my organization that I worked it really hard for. It was a group home for the mentally ill. It was called J-Bass Transitional Center, committed to restoring lives. We transitioned over in April of 2015 to Riley's Adult Family Home. We are currently up and running. We had expanded to Beloit, Wisconsin. We have 13 group homes that I own and operate. So I completely changed my life over. Got several certificates, my highest education. I have a doctorate degree in theology, numerous certificates. And I think you guys have my previous application and all of my documentations and my support letters. I could have gotten new support letters if it was required, but my attorney suggested let's use these letters, but if need be, I could get more letters, letters of support. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. So I had all these notes down and just everywhere. Still doing the group home business. I live in Colgate, Wisconsin. We have did extremely well with the group homes. Contractors asked us to expand to Beloit, and we did. And we've been out there since the pandemic, 2020. Riley's the #2 AFH group home. And that's what I'm doing now. You know, I'm still doing group home business with the mentally ill. I did live on site at J-Bass Transitional Center for 10 years with my clients. I've dedicated my life to this business here. And that's pretty much it. The reason why I want the license is so that I could get my RN license. I did pass my realtor test, and I'm going back and forth with them now, trying to get my license. So, but that's my problem now. At the end of the day, I really want to go to prisons and whether it's Ellsworth or TCI and get into the prisons and teach the women CBRF, and that's community-based residential facility, how to become a caregiver if they don't have a violent crime or battery. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Let's just see if there are any other questions from the board. Does anyone have questions for Ms. Bond? All right, then I think that covered it. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
I thought you guys was gonna bring up about the DA had rejected it, but if you don't say anything, I won't say anything. So, all right, thank you guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You
Sure.
too.
All right, bye.
All right, our next applicant is Nicholas Henky. Mr. Henky.
Yep, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, cool. There we are. Got me?
Yes.
All right, so my name's Nick Henky. I was convicted of a Class F felony in 2004. Me and a buddy at the time, I was a local, farm kid, didn't have many friends. He moved in from Minnesota to Vesper, Wisconsin. Population 500, tiny little town. Didn't really go out with my friends much. Didn't really have many friends at the moment because we're always continuously doing farm chores, work, stuff around the house. So one night he wanted to move in together, get a house, yada, with a bunch of buddies. He thought it was a smart time. I mean, I was young, still lived at home. I wanted to break it away from the parents, thought I knew more than them. And then it ended up being, we got a buddies living in a house. They were kind of doing stuff that they weren't supposed to be doing. He asked me if I wanted to ride with them to go into his buddy's house to get a toolbox. I figured, nothing, there's no harm in that, whatever. So we go there. I stayed in the car. He wanted me to take half the blame because it would get him out of half the trouble. Well, considering you're party to a crime, you get charged with just as much crime as doing the crime yourself. So we kind of made up a story to try to keep him out of trouble, and all it did was burden my life more than his. He still gets in trouble, still does everything else. I never hung out with him ever since this. I should have listened to my parents, number one, to pretty much, they told me to come back home. making bad choices. I thought that they were wrong. I was right. Typical kid. So we went to this house. I stayed in the car. It was like 5 o'clock at night, just getting dark out. And I seen people moving around in the house. Like they were home. I didn't think anything about it, anything like that. And then went in the garage, opened the door. I wasn't really paying attention with him. I was playing on my phone, texting people. And then he comes out with a little mini toolbox. It was, didn't think nothing about it. Opened the car door up. The lights were on in the house. Like nothing ever happened. Next day, cops come in the house. Everybody gets arrested. And then I got bailed out. He got bailed out. And then we kind of made like a story. So I took half the blame. I was young. I figured, what's a felony charge? Who cares? I thought I knew everything. I had a public defender. Attorneys. We kind of made a plea deal because I was looking at like a lot of time in jail, and I didn't want that. I was young, scared. I figured if I could take probation and jail time and everything else, less jail time, I would take the deal. I took the deal. Ended up getting a felony out of it. 20 days in jail. Paid the restitution. It was 160 some bucks. Got everything paid. So I ended up moving back after that. I ended up moving back home. He tried to contact me to move back in with them because living with five buddies, it was, $50 a piece for rent. So rent was nothing, everything else everybody chipped in more for food and stuff. I ended up moving back home because I knew it wasn't for me, I guess. That's not how I was raised. It's how my parents brought me up. And I guess I wanted to get my own house, and it was hard to do it because I couldn't get a job. I worked at Sherrill Tire for 2 years, and living at that house, they ended up taking my truck, and they take it out muddying, and then they break it. Then I was stuck with no vehicle. So then I'd be late for work, and then 2 times you're out the door. So I ended up losing my job there, and that's basically when I went back home. I said enough is enough, and then I started a job at Tiger Motors. I ended up getting a car through them. It was a little dealership out of Marshfield. He kind of helped me progress because he knew what I was going through, but he didn't really pay good. And it was hard to drive all the way to Marshfield back to Rapids every single day. It was an hour drive, coming for gas and stuff. So I ended up leaving there, and I ended up going to a junkyard recycling facility out of Rapids. And I've been there. This will be 17 years I've been there. I worked when we were building that company up. I ended up doing concrete after work. So it was go to work at 8 o'clock. I would be there at 5 o'clock pouring concrete till 8 o'clock. After work, I would sit there and pour concrete with them guys just to make extra money so I can get, I guess, ahead farther in life. That's not my career choice, but it's the only choice that opened up that accepted me. I would like to be a conservation warden. That was my dream as a child, and it's still my dream today. I would still like to do that. I would like to fulfill those dreams, I guess, to speak. There's lots of job opportunities I'd like to get. I wanted to be like the game warden. I wanted to be a security guard. I thought that would be a cool job to have. You can't do any of those with a felony on your record. The job opportunities are out there. It's just that they're not out there for you. They're out there for people that didn't make crimes back in the day. It was a while ago. I definitely regret everything, hanging out with the wrong crowd. I should have listened to my parents 100%. They were right. I was wrong. For any advice for anybody watching this video, definitely listen to your parents. I can tell you that right now. They know what's good for you, what's bad. So I'm still current with the same location of my business right now. I don't plan on leaving anytime soon until after school, if I can get a pardon for it. I guess why I would like a pardon is I got 4 kids, beautiful wife. I'd like to go on trips. I'd like to go out of the country, take her on her honeymoon. We got married. We've been married 9 years. I still owe her a honeymoon yet. So I'd like to take her where she'd like to go. And for field trips for my kids, that's like the biggest thing to me. I would like to go on field trips with my kids. Schools do a pretty thorough background check. It sucks because they always ask me why I never go, and they know I got vacation days saved up. I usually save them for family stuff. I would like to use those vacation days, I guess, to do field trips with them. I got 4 beautiful children, and they do a lot of field trips, and I would like to honestly go on a lot of them, but it seems like it's a burden, and it seems like they're paying for my consequences that I have to go through, and it's just not fair to them, I guess. So I guess that's, it sucks, but I mean, we all pay the price, I guess. I guess that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Henky. Just want to see if there are questions for you. Anybody have questions for Mr. Henky? Cindy.
Yeah, 2 questions, Mr. Henky. First of all, as part of the application process, people are encouraged to submit letters of support from family, employers, friends, and you didn't submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
I guess I just kind of overlooked it. I was more anxious to get it in and start the process because I know it was going to take a long time. I mean, not a long time, but I know it's a process, and I just wanted to just get it in and see where we can go with it. I can name 100 people that would support me. It just honestly it just blindsided me when I was doing the paperwork, just to get it done. I guess that's.
Okay, and also in your application, there's a section to describe any community service activities of volunteer work you've participated in since your conviction, and you wrote not applicable. So have you not engaged? What have you done to better your community since you committed these crimes?
So I guess I had a lot of fines through the court process and stuff like that. And I did it. They call it a program of emergency government. It's where you, I guess, work, to pay off your fines. That's pretty much, honestly, the only thing that I've done for community service wise. Other than that, I mean, I work a lot. I work every single day, 6 days a week. So I guess for community wise, going out and doing the community besides like donating to churches, stuff like that. They have like at the churches, we have bounce houses. And we will donate the bounce houses to the local churches around here to, I guess, entertain the kids. So that's kind of the only thing we have time for on Sundays. But other than that, I'm working 6 days a week every day. So it's kind of hard to, I guess, more or less hard to do stuff outside the community and then spend the time that you do have at home with your family. I mean, I guess I'm more of a family person. I mean, I guess that's
okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thanks very much, Mr. Henky. Appreciate your time this afternoon and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Demetric Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, how y'all doing? My name is Demetric Johnson. I was charged with possession of THC with the intent to deliver. I was sentenced to a year and a half, 3 years on probation. I finished the probation, but after my sentence, I was finished early. So I finished with a year left. So a year early, I finished my probation. After that, I kept a job. I've been at the same company since then and still here now. Through that company, I gained, I think I'm at probably 5 semi trucks now. I opened up the automotive business. Just staying out the way, working. I believe I should get this pardon because I'm trying to get my hazmats and my Twitch card. So a Twitch card allowed me to go into these government army bases and to the airport and things like that. I'm not allowed to. So I can't bring in more revenue for this business. The hazmats I'm trying to obtain, I can't get it. I applied for it multiple times. That's pretty much it. I'm just trying to, further myself, be a better role model for my daughters. I got 3 daughters. This will be just pretty much showing them like, hey, I messed up in the past. I can be there. Like the other gentleman said, I'm not allowed to go to field trips and things like that. So I have to sit back. And I'm a very involved parent. I'm with them every day when I'm home. I'm only home on the weekends now. I'm over the road. That's where I'm at now. I'm over the road. So when I get there, I like to do, different things with them and not have this felony hanging over my head. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Let's see if the board has questions for you. Judge Kremers?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. It looks like you have a series of delinquent tax warrants.
Yeah.
What's that about?
Well, when I first opened my LLC, I didn't know nothing about taxes. I did that once I got off of probation. So right now I'm in the process of getting them taken care of.
What does that mean?
Meaning I'm trying to get them paid fully. I got filed them. I just owe the state. I don't owe the federal, I owe the state. So I'm in the process of getting put on a payment plan for that, getting them taken care of as soon as possible. So I can't even go buy a house with that. So my goal is to buy a house. And I can't do that.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. I have the same 2 questions for you as the previous applicant. You did not submit any letters of support for your application. Can you tell the board why not?
I overread it. I missed it. I could have had a lot of people, write letters on my behalf. That's not a problem. I've never been a problem child, So I have a lot of people in my corner, from pastors to, other business owners, that would have, written all type of letters on my behalf. What was the other question?
The other question is, you, under community service and what you've done to improve the community since your crimes, you wrote none. So have you not done any community? What have you done to better the community since you committed this crime?
Only thing I have done every year, I do for Thanksgiving, Christmas, I cook and I go to truck stops and give it to other truckers that, it's a lot of truckers out here in this world that, for one, they lost their family. They lonely, they by themselves. So me and my family, me and my girls and my fiance, we go feed the truckers every year. I'm actually getting it together to do it this year.
Okay.
So wherever I try to go down to Ryan Road to the Loves out there, Oak Creek, I try to hit that. Then I try to hit the pilot that's in Caledonia, I think that is. So just try to give it out to the people that's out there on the road, because man, these truckers be miserable. They done lost everything, literally. So if I could just make one person smile, I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, Reverend Hancock.
We really are grateful that people can appear before the board on Zoom. So one of the last guys was at McDonald's. Where are you right now? Where are you?
Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Okay.
I'm actually sitting on the street. I'm at a delivery that I have to deliver, and then I'm heading back that way. My daughter, she want me to come to her basketball practice Monday, so I gotta be there.
Okay. Well, we're glad you could be in Alabama, but be with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Really appreciate your time with the board this afternoon and hope that you have a good day and good weekend.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Randy Knupel. Mr. Knoopel, are you in the Zoom with us?
Yes,
And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
it's pronounced Knipple.
Nipple, thank you.
In April of 2012, I was convicted on 3 counts of forgery and uttering, and I was sentenced to 5 years probation. I entered psychotherapy just before sentencing 12 years ago, and I have not stopped since. I started couples therapy with my husband right before we got married in 2015. This allowed us to gain the skills needed to effectively communicate with one another. We have continued to attend couples therapy regularly for years. This has led me to my current psychotherapy, EMDR. This therapy technique has helped me to begin healing from trauma and other distressing experiences, assessing, processing, and healing the parts that need to be healed from a childhood of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse that has been demeaning, degrading, and demoralizing. I attained employment in the food industry where I worked until I went back to school at UW-Whitewater in 2018. I found my way into philosophy. I was selected to represent the entire philosophy department and student body on the Dean's Advisory Board. I completed a year of classes virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. I achieved the Dean's List during my final year of classes. And in 2021, I graduated from UW-Whitewater with a Bachelor's of Arts degree with a minor in philosophy, and I was part of the first class to receive a certificate in ethics. In 2022, I became a father. My husband and I adopted our daughter, Caroline. I am currently a stay-at-home dad due to medical issues. I just had back surgery in May, and as of today, I will be having another back surgery on the 26th of this month, and then one more on the 10th of December. And I also work on our property. When asked about why I think I should receive a pardon, I feel that asking me why I feel this way is to be selfish. And to be truthful, being selfish is what got me in trouble in the first place. I'm here today not for myself, but for my daughter, Caroline. I am unable to obtain employment despite my degree. I made a huge mistake betraying my friends and my community. I take full and complete responsibility for my actions, for stealing from my friends. I have paid my restitution and paid back everything that I stole. I've completed I've completed my probationary sentence, obtained the help that I so desperately needed, and have continued to do so for the last 12 years. I went back to school and accomplished goals that I never thought I would. My daughter should not have to pay for my misdeeds. I no longer need to drink to deal with my anxieties from my childhood, filled with trauma. I no longer need to self-medicate to drown out the darkness of my past. And no matter what happens because of this meeting today, I will have to live with what I did for the rest of my life. I hope to finally turn the page on that chapter of my life and move on to the next, because this next chapter looks so much more sustainable than the previous one. And I am more than the worst thing that I have ever done. In closing, I would like to thank the board members for their time and consideration today, and I apologize for getting worked up.
That's all right, Mr. Knipple. Thank you very much for sharing all that with us. Board members, does anyone have questions? Cindy?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for sharing your story. This isn't the easiest venue for people to talk about these issues, so we appreciate that. There was quite a bit of money that was stolen. It was over $18,000, and you noted that you paid it back, and I'm wondering how you did that. If you needed the money, you stole the money because you needed it, how were you able to pay back such a significant sum, which you did?
I went back to work, I got a job, and I started paying my restitution, and then it was, I think, a couple of years after everything happened, my husband decided that we should just get this paid off and get it taken care of. And so we wrote a check or excuse me, he wrote a check to finish paying it off. However, this was done legally. It was through a binding legally contract that I had to pay back the money within a certain amount of time, or the contract would be canceled after a certain allotted amount of time. And we actually just came upon that contract last year, and I brought it to his attention, and he said, "Oh, we're totally fine with that." So that contract has been torn up, and everything is kosher between the two of us.
Excellent. And how old is your daughter now?
She will be 2 on the 27th of this month.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. All right. Well, congratulations on your adoption, and thank you very much for the time you spent with us this afternoon. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend.
Thank you so much, Vic.
Thank you. All right. Next we have Miss Prentice. Sorry. Next we have Mr. Prentice Jones. Mr. Jones, I believe I saw you in the Zoom. There we are.
All right. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today?
Excellent. How are you?
Just fine. Thank you for asking. I want to just start out by saying thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to be heard on this issue. Thank you. Oh, it's time for me to explain.
Yeah, we'll ask you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to the 3 questions I sent you in advance, but I'm happy to repeat them for you if you'd like.
Yeah, you can repeat the question.
It's no problem. I know we've got folks joining the Zoom and not everybody catches the beginning. So we'll just ask you to spend 3 minutes kind of speaking to the offense you're seeking a pardon for, how your sentence went, and then what's happened since. So kind of your employment, your community service, things like that, how your life is different now. And then finally, why you're seeking a pardon and why the governor should grant you one.
Okay. In January 1st, 1997, I was convicted of a felony for fleeing from an officer. That was also the first day that became a felony in Wisconsin. So I hit a very unlucky jackpot. I won't call it a lottery, but it's what happened. And I was 19 years old, and I didn't want to go to jail on New Year's. So since then, the outcome was a felony conviction. I did 6 months on the sentence. I had 2 years of probation that I completed. 29 days after my felony, the 29 days after I got the charge, I became a father. So I started thinking differently. I wanted to be able to tell my own story. So I went back to school for barber cosmetology at MATC, graduated in 1999, got my CDL in 2000. Shout out to Mr. Johnson taking care of those truck drivers. Moved to Florida in 2003, became an amateur videographer, chasing my passion, my dream. Went to college in Orlando in 2003, got an associate's degree in film and video productions, graduated at the top of my class in 2005, worked with Universal Studios, worked with Panavision, worked with Hurricane Films, started my own film and video production company in 2008 in Georgia. I've traveled around the country. I've seen different parts of the world. I moved back to Wisconsin in 2012. Survived a house fire in 2015 that left me homeless. Currently a homeowner again. As far as community work, I've shot documentaries, I've shot music videos, I've shot commercials, I've helped businesses grow. I've taught up-and-coming videographers tricks of the trade, and I continue to serve and work for Milwaukee, the county of Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee, and the state of Wisconsin, as a videographer, and trying to inspire the future. I retired recently from truck driving after 24 years. I'm raising the last of my two. I'm raising the last two of my 7 children, who are honor roll students. I became a grandfather last year, September 27th. And I've repositioned my company back home in Wisconsin in 2024. I turned 47 years old. 2 days before I turned 47 years old, in October, I married the love of my life. And this is a story about a guy from the north side of Milwaukee. Why I'm seeking a pardon. I'm seeking a pardon to prove to myself and my family, my community, and children just like me that come from situations just like me, places that are familiar to them everywhere, that if you are truly rehabilitated as a person, you've done the crime, you've done the time, some ambition and a lot of focus, 27 years later, brought us together. And Lord willing, hopefully is enough to have earned a second chance. I didn't include letters of recommendations. A lot of people wanted to on my behalf, but I believe in justice and integrity. I'm not proud of the mark that I've been carrying for 27 years, but I'm not ashamed of my past either. I still move forward with a felony conviction and let my actions speak louder than my words. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Mr. Jones, what would a pardon mean for you in terms of what would it change in your life?
I believe it changes everything. I mean, we're all growing until we're not. And I believe that if I had that achievement under my belt, it would just feel like a fresh start. Because I don't know what it's like to live without that on my back. I was 19 years old. My face was different. My children were babies, and now they're taller than I am, and doing good things with their life. And I, being a grandfather, I want to tell him that I did make mistakes. I did fall, but I didn't stay down. I got up. I did something about it. I said, if I'm going to be counted in this life, it's about the actions and the steps that I take. So I wanted to be able to show this little guy that his grandfather never gave up on himself. I never gave up. I wanted to be something better than what I was. I just came from an environment that was heavily influential at a time that I really just didn't want to go to jail on January 1st, 1997. It's New Year's, and I think that's what I had in my mind. It wasn't a high-speed chase. I think I went about 6 blocks away from my mom's house. I had just left my mom's house. So I think I turned my music up. I knew I was going. I was driving with a suspended license or something goofy. And I look back on it now, and it's almost funny that happened, because it happened January 1st, 1997. And I wish I could talk to that guy. I do. So now, if someone is watching this, I hope they're listening to me. I hope that it deters them from trying to take a path that way, because it takes much longer to come back from that. 27 years.
Yeah.
Everything about me is different.
And here you are. Thank you.
But I feel blessed, and I appreciate you for giving me your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Reverend Hancock, question?
Mr. Jones, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application for a pardon, and it will be up to the governor to decide. But the District Attorney's Office supports your application. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel prouder than a guy with holding barbecue and 2 thumbs. That's right. I really appreciate that, and all I can really say is I'm dead set on making Milwaukee proud. And if you want to see my work, you can look at ParadiseTV.com. You can see it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Jones? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it and hope that
Thank
you have a
you.
great weekend.
You guys are all famous, by the way. I've been watching a lot of your YouTube videos. You guys rock. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Ms. Lang, Taylor Lang.
Ready. Start my video. Hi.
There we go.
Okay. And here, hopefully.
Perfect.
Alrighty. Hi, everyone. My name is Taylor Lang. I am 32 years old. In December of 2015, I was convicted of burglary and was sentenced to 90 days in jail, 2 years probation. I was in jail for about 2.5 weeks when I was released on an ankle monitor and was allowed to leave my home every day to do community service at the Salvation Army. I did 100 hours there. After that, they actually took time off of the 90-day sentence, so I don't think I actually served quite as many days as that because it was shortened because of the community service. And then in December of 2017, I was discharged from probation and the sentence was complete at that point, while also paying restitution to the place that was burglarized. Right away after the completion of my sentence, I found out I was pregnant and I immediately enrolled in cosmetology school, which I completed and worked as a licensed cosmetologist for 5 years. I have since then retired as a hairstylist and now in shipping and receiving for a company for a little over 2 years now. I have also owned my own custom t-shirt making business for the last 2 years too. I'm super grateful for a job that pays the bills, but I would love to become a paramedic one day. I think that I should receive this pardon because I have worked really hard to change from the person I was in 2015 to the person I am now. I'm a good mother, a hard worker, a loyal friend and family member. People can trust and rely on me. At that time, I had struggled with mental health and I still struggle with it. But at that time, it was more so coping. I did not cope at all. And now I have plenty of avenues to channel my anxiety that are constructive, and a little girl who I love more than anything, who is my why every single day. Letting her down is not an option. That's really all I have for you guys, other than saying that this pardon means the world to me, and I appreciate all of your time and consideration.
Ms. Lang. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock. Oh, you're on mute.
The people who own the subway wrote us a note saying they have no objection to your getting a pardon.
Okay.
And that they believe in second chances. How does that make you feel?
Amazing. I didn't know that. So that's new news, and that makes me feel super good. Because that's definitely, obviously, something I'm super guilty about, feel super guilty about.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Lang? All right. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Ms. Lang. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend.
Thanks, you two guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our last applicant of the afternoon session is James Moore. Mr. Moore, we're ready to hear from you.
Well, hello. Thank you for your time today. My name is James Moore. In 2014, I was arrested and charged for possession of marijuana. In 2015, I was convicted for felony possession with intent to deliver THC. My sentence was probation for 1 year and monetary fines. Both were completed. I appreciate the time that has already spent reviewing my application. And with that, I am here to say that I accept full responsibility of my actions in 2014. In addition to my legal sentence, the state of Wisconsin put restrictions on and stipulations on my nursing license. Over 5 years, I've remained compliant, And as of 2 years ago, my nursing license is unencumbered, and I am in good standing with the State Nursing Board. Since my conviction, I have maintained my credentials. I have volunteered for the Boys and Girls Club. I've participated in building Field of Dreams for building playgrounds with kids with disabilities. I'm requesting consideration for a pardon because I'm a single father of 3 kids. Historically, it has been very difficult for me to get employment. I have been very lucky that 2 years ago, someone took a chance on me and let me get back into healthcare. And currently, I am the acting director of nursing and infection control processing nurse there. With that, I was able to sponsor a team to walk away Alzheimer's. So as of now, I'm doing so well, but it's become more than just the difficulty with the jobs. It's become a legacy. It's becoming, I want my kids to know that I made a mistake. I made up for it. I accepted my mistake and I moved on.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Questions from the board? No? All right. I think that covers it then. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Moore. I appreciate it and hope you'll enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that was the last applicant of our afternoon session. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases and specific applications before the board and for purposes of considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Cindy, seconded by Judge Kremers. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. The board is now in closed session. We'll ask for just a moment to make sure that we can end the live stream.